Okay, right, let's begin. Give me a minute. Pin that, and then we can start. I have to do it again, sorry. Right, now we can start. Let's begin. Let's open the mirror. Let's continue Project Sea of Data Thesis Crisis. Yeah. Yeah, man. It is annoying why I can't get this quicker. There we are. Alright. Let's begin. Well, continue, I mean. Right, let's see where we're at with our resources. How much? Okay, good amount of that. Good amount of that. And a good amount of that. Okay, so we need to get to level 5 today to at least progress the story. Which is the plan. And then obviously when we get stuck again, if we get stuck, or if we just finish the thingy, we will then switch to chapter 11 again. And find out what's going on with more of the box of memories and time. Also known as like the skybox and so on. But anyway. Oh yeah, we also know it's two of Yugen's parents now as well, or at least research left them by Senadia, which is pretty interesting. And we've got a lot of these, so I want to use these wisely. Right. What do we want to do? We obviously just want to make stuff. We need a good amount of gold. Yeah, we need 200k. Okay. Same stuff, right? Yeah, pretty similar. No, yeah, you are saying the same stuff as last time. See, there's something with last time. It is 20%, but actually, that's quite a lot. That's only 73k though. Maybe we did the toothpaste. Wait, 70. Oh. Yeah, that's only 73. I did the toothpaste. That's a lot more. Unless I'm doing the math wrong. Yeah, that's a lot more. It's 4 numbers. Oh no, it's 3. Hmm? 73,920. 15,9,610. Okay, no, so it is a lot less. Okay. It wasn't in the past with the toothpaste. It's 101k. 73. Wait, what? 5 numbers. Yeah, I was right, 6 numbers. Okay, I'm glad I double checked that. And just toothpaste, honestly. Is it how much just less? Is it? $92, 46, 13. Yeah, that's a lot less resources used. We'll do this. And we don't need that much, to be fair. We only need enough. Okay, actually, yeah, so to be a bit more careful, what I'll do is... I only need enough. Yeah, I already have 50, so I just need a little bit less. Then we can spare our resources and plan a bit better. Oh, that's a bit too low now, isn't it? My bad. We do need the 5. That'll do. 1,411. Yeah, it's estimated earnings, doesn't mean it will be that, right? Well, okay, it is. Nice, we have enough now. Upgrade base to level 4. What's the next goal? Oh my goodness. Need that green stuff as well, it's gonna be annoying. Well, there's that done. Claim. Research level up. But flow just on mine, buildable, unlocks the prospecting feature. Oh. I didn't switch out to Chinese. No. Well, too late now. This is what annoys me some of these events, like, because now I've just done it. I meant to change it back. I literally now cannot re-see this, I'm pretty sure. Oh well. Okay. I might be able to close it, but I'm not risking it. Because I think this will just be gone if I close the game and reopen it. I am Dreamseeker, a student at the Oxidata Research Institute. While on my way to a more spacious area in the external resource space to record data, the device in the apartment was accidentally activated. Yeah, Professor Yuyun's device, and it makes like data models in a way like variants of yourself, of data models from the dataset. Lost in thought, I failed to notice the anomaly produced by the device and was knocked down by the data energy it vented. Okay. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, so we have Layla from Defang now. Very interesting. It makes sense. When I woke up again, my body had somehow shrunk. Though my body may have shrunk, my mind remains. Wait, so you did become this thing? I think both the Yuyun and the Layla in this case, I think they have just, it is the phenomena of falling through the sea of data like rifts, or even encryption rifts. The different errors of the theory that was in Chapter 10, Part 2. Unless this is like one of your generated possibilities, because you are also a Layla in a way. What am I thinking? This child looked so much like me. Could she be a data model generated by the device? Maybe the resemblance is just a coincidence. She's a child who got separated from her family. Either way, it's not safe to leave her out there alone. I'd better go check on her. Yeah, so like, you clearly don't have memories of some of the Chapter 10 stuff. This is interesting. This has potentially happened then. Yeah, it makes sense if it happens in the same thing where, like, similar thing with, like, the first event in the Feast in the Sea of Data, and you just don't have your memories at this time. It wouldn't surprise me. Because you don't remember who this is, and you should know who this is. I'd rather not view it yet. No, I'd rather change the thing, so no, not yet. Don't dare make me lose story for doing that. With the resource space flourishing, we can start exploring undeveloped areas. Undeveloped areas. So a bit like again in the first event, where certain things didn't become stable, or like just like even didn't really establish a space, or what do you mean? We can dispatch some labour units to explore Pacific areas. Let's explore this area first. Starting plot. Explorable. Every area has a threat level. If it's too dangerous, this is yeah, looking for the save data again, you'll be unable to organise explorations. I think that'd be chapter 1, part 2 music, it sounds like, maybe. Or at least reminds me of it. You can lower the threat. Oh, wait, no. This is chapter 34 or 35 music with all the Hash authorities gathering. Even some Cocoon music in a sense. But no. This should be during the show with Kiana and May and Bronya. And then, of course, all the Harsha authorities gathering. Harsha. I usually say Harsha, don't we? I think it's just Harsha. Harsha authorities gathering. And then seeing Kiana become the Harsha finality. Instead of an artificial one, the actual one. You'll be unable to organise explorations. You can lower the threat level through research at the Data Research Institute. It will take some time to fully explore every area. Once completed, new events will appear. This area looks relatively safe. Let's explore it first. The earliest data mining safe zone designated by the Institute. It will always be our home base that provides stability, I think you need to put there, not stably. Okay, that's how you get that stuff. That's how you get the green stuff. Okay, let me just go back for a minute. I might go to replay that, actually. That'd be good. Please tell me I can replay that. Yoink. We should switch it back after. Experiment log. Okay, good. I can. Thank goodness. Oh, it didn't matter anyway. It's not even voiced. Never mind. Sad. Yeah, so to get another chapter, you need to pass. You need to get to level 8. And don't forget this. Okay. Okay, I'll take that was sort of said, but still. Not an issue. Yeah, I'll look at that later. I'm just gonna save them all in a folder once I'm done. Yeah, I like the see. I really like the set, like strange, like floating thing. So I couldn't give you a name. Starting plot explorable, Carbonite Realm explorable. That's where you get the data cores from. Okay. These like islands. Like islands or spaces in a solid world of worlds. And only scans indicate the probability of mining phlogiston carbonite resource data here is slightly higher than other areas. I see. So don't do this one then. The earliest data mining safe zone designated by the Institute will always be your safe home base that provides stability, I think. Okay, start. Can you do both? I guess then, start. There isn't not to. For now. Okay. I haven't done my mind today. I won't do it yet, though. Oh, yeah. I need to build this. Build. We don't have any labor bots. Let's look at our tasks. So build the mine. We've done that. Sorry, just checking something. Yeah, we're good. Here we go. Right. I need to potentially build more bots. How many more can you get? 6. We have a limit of 25. It would be good to get as many as possible. We're not going to be able to do more probably anyway today. Let me see. Upgrade Catalyst Refinery to level 3. We can't upgrade any of the others though, can we? Well, actually, we might be able to. No. You want to upgrade what on the Data Research Institute? Data Research Institute to just level 2. I don't know if I... Oh. Well, no, we can't. We don't have the green thing yet. There's no way to speed it up either, it looks like. From what I gathered, it can't speed it up. Yeah, I'm very sure I can't. Access to prospect 1 area, can't do that. Upgrade, can't do that. Upgrade, Catalyst Refinery, I don't think I can do that. Play regular data mining once, should be able to do that. Yeah, you need the green thing again. Alright, let's do the refinery. With the mine thing, I mean. Okay, so it's a special one. A special mining node where you can obtain crucial data cores. A new node like this will appear every time your research level increases. Oh, the Holla bomb. That's cool. Obtain all mineable items. Unlike the mining nodes at Fresh Daily, you must mine all the items to complete this type of node. You can mine for however long you want. Your progress will be saved if you spend it. Prepare to mine. This makes sense. Alright, let's do this. That's not what I meant to mine, but whatever. I do appreciate the main net Project Stigma music. Great thing, honestly. It's annoying. Yeah, because we need the gravel. Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, it's not there. It's on the other edge of the screen. My bad. It's not there. I misunderstood. What I do also appreciate is like the event with like the way it's playing out fits very well with the story. I meant to say it yesterday, but I really liked that. So we'll get 2 data cores, so we'll be able to upgrade at least the thing easier, so that's good. Glad we didn't buy the bots now, because we might need the land coins. Ooh, That was not close enough. We have to move these anyway. What does the holobam do? I should maybe have not used that. Can't just let the rock go. Yes, give us the data core. I'm sorry, Rock. You have been left behind. I like the Sea of Data red light trail. One's in the Ruby lights again. That's an achievement. Yep, play regular data mining once. Not the daily one. Handy. Okay. So we need to do the refinery. It needs to do the refinery, and I need to do the Data Research Institute. Yes. And then we need to prospect an area, but we can't do that. And we're not going to get that to 5 today, probably. Okay. Upgrade this. I need more coins. It's time to make many toothpaste again. I still don't think the value's that. I mean, it's not bad value. I think the toothpaste is still the way to go, though. And it's not really a lot. New resources. I was careful the amount I crafted, though. Okay, maybe I need to get some more recipes. Yeah, the umbrella would be good. Oh. Need more workers, to be honest, to get resources a bit quicker. I would rather not upgrade that. Well, it's another... Better to upgrade it than not, I guess. I think it's at level 2, right? No, this still isn't, because it needs more, yeah. Can I make the gaming consoles? Have I not really got enough to make that? That's still not a lot. But that's like nothing. 7,200. 2,800. What, chips? No. We can just continue the story for now, I guess. And then we'll have more stuff later. I think that's the way it's intended to be played. Otherwise it's just wall after wall after wall. Yeah, just do 2-7 now. Alright, 2-2 next. Let's go.
你好，小朋友，你是一个人吗？
Hey there, kid. Are you here on your own? Random girl.
救命！这糟糕的开场白，我听上去跟拐骗小孩的坏人毫无区别。
You don't sound like a kidnapper. Huh? No. You just asked if she's on her own. Okay.
不是的，我不是一个人。姐姐让我在这里等她，我哪里都不会去。
Is this not Layla then? Be confused why you'd pick someone who looks like it. And it could just be, I guess, all feeling like they look similar, but they have nothing to do with each other. To be clear, I've met this Layla in chapter 10, part 2. So I know she exists, and I know she's in D-Thing. I don't know why this is just girl. I mean, I guess he'd just be girl because at the end of the day, Dreamseeker just doesn't seem to know. This was before they were able to remember memories and stuff, and obviously a lot of the other stuff. And I guess considering Dreamseeker's design, now I think about it, it's a bit daft of me. Yeah, this is clearly way, way further in the past, probably. How far back? I'm not sure, though. No, I'm not alone. My sister told me to wait here for her. I won't go anywhere. Is your sister sent a deer, any chance?
你姐姐，她什么时候回来？
Yeah, when will your sister come back?
很快。
Apparently very soon.
可是，我看她一个人在这里等待很久了。保险起见，还是拜托卫下查询一下有没有报失踪的儿童吧。
Or is this like the Jun or Jin or Candy Sweet of Oxia right now? Well, no, that'd be Jun, I guess, again, actually, wouldn't it? He's been waiting here for quite a while, though. Just to be safe, we should ask Weijia to check for any missing child reports.
信息发送完成，在卫下回复前，留他一个人等待也不是办法。这孩子警惕性很高，应该也不会愿意跟我去警卫局。 不过，对他这个年纪来说，小心是一件好事。
Message sent. Still, I can't just leave her alone. Here alone. Leave her here alone while I wait for a reply. She's guarded and probably won't agree to go to security office with me. And again, being this cautious at her age is a good thing.
小朋友，我可以站在你身边吗？我不打扰你等姐姐。
Yes, you'll wait with her for her sister. You won't disturb her.
当然可以。这里是街道，大家都可以走在上面。
Public street anyone can walk on, so she's not bothered.
谢谢。
Yeah, she's agreeing.
不客气。
Again, I told you, I'm not reading everything out. You can read on the screen. Switching the dialogue feels so... what's the word? I can just sum it up by saying a few words. I'll be honest though, I've never liked when things are like this, like, short. I'm more a wordy person, honestly. That's why you're getting me not really reading this out now, because I need to save my voice for when we do have more wordy stuff. Also, yeah. I've already said why I do what I do, and I don't have to keep repeating why. If anyone asks, of course, I'll try and give a better answer, though I have many reasons why I don't just read everything out now. There's a choice, though. I could just read it all out, but that'll take me far too long, and I have more things I'd rather say. I'm not reading anything. I'm definitely reading everything. You said there's just no dialogue, really.
那个，你饿不饿？我们身后的店铺就是甜蜜舌尖，斯威特小姐非常擅长做甜品，我正好带了优惠券和零花钱。 你要不要和我一起尝尝看？
I should also be clear. I don't mean that's a bad thing. I'm just saying what I prefer. Are you hungry? The shop behind us is Sweet Tooth. Miss Sweet makes amazing desserts. I feel this is the same Dreamseeker from the Feast in the Sea of Data event. It must be. Then again, both I guess knew about Miss Sweet. I've got some coupons and a bit of pocket money. Want to grab something together?
我不饿。 真的。
She's not hungry. Her tummy definitely grumbled. She waved her hands reflexively, but the moment her stomach growled again, she lowered her head, uneasy at her own lie. So in the spirit of fairness, you decided to tell a small lie just like you did. Just like she did. The irony.
唉，我一直都想吃斯威特小姐推出的限定新品莓果香蕉船。哎，你见过它的海报吗？它上面盛满了冰激凌与华夫饼，像一条小独木舟那么长。
That was a good white lie, Dreamseeker. I've been dying to try Miss Sweet's limited time special, the berry banana boat. Have you seen the poster? It's piled high with ice cream and waffles, about as long as a little canoe. That's not good for it, though. It's too much sugar. What are you doing? I just envisioned the food, though.
真的吗？
She seems interested. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and quickly dimmed again. She forced herself to stay cautious. So even out the wording of dimmed and stuff reminds me of Layla a lot. It seems maybe this is just, again, the Layla from D-Thang, but it just doesn't have memories, because the way, of course, it seems to happen with anyone with the Sea of Data-like riffs. You seem to become a blank slate, and then reborn in a way. You're like a new version of yourself, but you did have an original before you. They still haven't really explained a lot of it, though. They've gone on about it here and there, but I'm interested about more specifics on it. It could be, I guess... They end up with no memories of when they were in D-Thang. Blank slates then an Oxy or some of them. They're found in the Sea of Data, and then seem like they've been born from it, but they actually just fell through the corruption rifts, through different errors, potentially. So no, so they then... That's not being born then, that's just how it appeared. But they don't have any memories. They are, like, refreshed in a way, or corrupted, maybe, by the data, which then makes them lose their memory, maybe. It is like Star Whisperers, it feels like a bit. The only difference is there being a rift that they fell through. They fell through a different era. We'll see. I had to theorize, but I need a bit more stuff, I think. I'm just kind of saying stuff I've already said. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, then quickly dimmed. Again, as she forced herself to stay cautious.
当然是真的。可是香蕉船非常丰盛，如果只有我一个人吃就太浪费了。唉，我心心念念了那么久的香蕉船，要是有人能帮我一起实现这个愿望就好了。
She's saying she'll eat it just so obviously then the girl or Layla maybe wants to eat it. Of course it's real, but it's so huge. If I eat it alone, it'd be such a waste. I've wanted it for so long. If only someone could share it with me.
可惜，我今天又是独自一人。难道我要第14次与好吃的香蕉船失之交臂了吗？唉。 这种事情太让我伤心了。
This is a very long lie that you're running. But But nope, here I am again, on my own. Am I going to miss that perfect banana boat for the 14th time? That's just tragic. One more and it'd be like Project Stigma. Though technically Project Stigma was 16 plans, in terms of the number. But anyway. Why 14? Why did you use that number? It was certain no one could stay unmoved by the performance this heartfelt. After all, it's the exact same trick Professor Yun used to dodge writing reports. Student, my teacher. And Chenzu always played along, knowingly picking up the thread and the report fell. As for the girl in front of you, you couldn't help but sneak a glance. That's kind of you. I don't like the dress called girl, but I understand as well that makes sense from a narrative perspective. Because neither herself nor Dreamseeker will actually know who she is. And if she did, then Dreamseeker would have already said who it is. Actually, no, she wouldn't have said, actually, but you know what I mean. Although I guess she could be playing dumb. She's playing dumb with the Yu-Yun situation. But then again, that's a different case because she actually knows the Yu-Yun in Oxia. Meanwhile, she did not recognize the Yu-Yun from Defeng. No, it's still not. It's still not sure if it's the Sea of Data stuff here or if it's more just to do with the machine, Yu-Yun's machine. I feel like it would be the data riffs in this case, though. No, Sea of Data corruption riffs, but you know what I mean. Miss, if you need help, I can help you.
太棒了，我就知道这招管用。真是太谢谢你了，游泳老师。
Thanking a teacher. Nice event.
真是太谢谢你了，小朋友。我们可以在甜蜜舌尖挑一个靠窗户的位置，这样你姐姐一来你就能看见她。
Thank you so much. Just grab a window seat at Sweet Tooth. That way you'll spot your sister the moment she arrives.
啊，谢谢。
Who would your sister be? This is the Yu-Yun in this case. That doesn't make sense though. So it's either going to be Naharis, a Senadia, or maybe another Layla? I don't think that worked though, no. Could just be a girl, I guess. Interesting. Well, 2-3. Back at the Sweet Cafe. Do like it. Nice to hear Oxia music again. Very nostalgic. No, Sweet's not voiced. This is a crime. Wait, hang on. Were you ever voiced? You might have been one point in the first event. I don't remember. O maiden knight yearning for glory, may the sailing ship bearing blessings safeguard your expedition. Please enjoy to your heart's content. Sailing ship. Maiden knight yearning for glory. This is a new sales pitch for the boat. And she is overwhelmed, the girl. I can tell it's delicious just by looking at it. Thank you for making the banana split, Miss Sweet. Oh yeah, I forgot it's not voiced. Wow, as the girl said. You're welcome. Here's your puzzle card. Please hold on to it. Next, I'll introduce you two to this special event co-hosted by Sweet Tooth and the Cosmic Store. Special event. That's right. Each guest can claim a card, solve the puzzle on the character card, and once you have solved 5, you'll get a free The Glorious Night comic book of your choice. Knights again, I see. So like again. Reminds you of the Shadow Knights, or Litost, or God's Knight, stuff like that. The Glorious Night, isn't that a comic I read a long time ago? Is it based off anything? Huh? Does no one read The Glorious Night anymore? No wonder the other customers aren't interested. I'm sure some still appreciate it, Miss Sweet. By the way, Dream Seeker, is this little girl your sister? You two look so much alike. Bavarian joke. You kind of have them sort of recognize it, but not really. I definitely do want to see like more variant interaction at times. One day I would also love to see like, the other games and see like a variant introduced with another variant, like a HI3 variant meeting a HSR one, or a Genshin one, or a GGZ one, etc. I know the chance isn't high for that, but still I would be interested to see the, interactions. How similar but different they are. By the way, Dreamseeker, is this little girl your sister? You two look so much alike. Why's my neck feel crooked? Hang on, let me so. That's better. Hi. Yeah, the little finger poking. She's my new friend. Oh, that's a good cover. As expected, the popular Dream Seeker, there isn't a single person in the entire Antares building you don't know. It's true. Dream Seeker does like everyone in the Antares building. It's sweet, to be honest. It's really cool. Like, doesn't have to know everyone, but Dream Seeker got to know a lot of different people. From Milan, at the Sear Data, like at the Sear Data, like kind of border or gate, to Sweet at the sweet shop here, to Jun, to Yewei, at the flower shop in Oxia, to Ling at the fortune teller like shop, to the different NPCs you speak to that I do not remember off the name by heart names because there's too many of them. There's so many people Dreamseeker does now. I'm glad that the game is pushing that more, as they've been really showing how much Dreamseeker likes, meeting others, even if she's already met them, Though obviously this would be before that, because, well, this is just her usual life in Oxia, the way it appears at least. Since you're Entropy's friend, you must be as smart as she is. Now then, enjoy solving the witches' puzzles, okay? And find the path to walk alongside the glorious night. Sweet cleared the tray and leaves. The girl at the table looked at the banana split with an expectant yet cautious expression, then looked at you. Well then, let's dig in. There's so much sugar. Thank you. Getting a CG. You're welcome. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy such lavish treats all by myself. He carefully scooped the ice cream with a spoon, as if trying to save the most delicious-looking parts for you. So you placed the waffle and cherry from the top of the banana split into her bowl and smiled at her. Yeah, Layla, this girl's very considerate, but Dreamseeker's also very considerate. Yeah, you took the initiative to help her. How thoughtful you are, Dreamseeker. These are the best parts of the banana split. Give it a try. But you're the one who's been wanting a banana split. Shouldn't you eat the best parts first? Dreamseeker still wants to give you a good experience, though. Things you like should be shared. If other people discover the food and books I love and end up liking them just as much as I do, I'd be very happy. The D-Thing music is very fitting. It's what Senadia-like music. Yeah. We're sharing. Yeah. You think we're sharing things you like? It's nice to give others a way to discover things you love and then have things in common more. You just like sharing things, obviously, with others. Sharing things you enjoy. And giving that joy to others. That kindness. Really? Of course. I don't have anything to share with you right now. Can you wait for me to find something? I will find something. I actually have an idea. How about you help me fill out the Glorious Night puzzle card. Do you like the Glorious Night comics? Her eyes suddenly lit up in sparks, seemingly because she had found something she could do for you. Yeah, I read this comic a long time ago. It tells the story of a normal girl who aspires to the honor of becoming a glorious knight, gathering strength along the way through courage and wisdom, and constantly challenging powerful foes. Tells the story of a normal girl. Elia? Elia is the thing that maybe comes to mind for me right now. Or Durandal, but I don't know if I class that as a normal girl. Who aspires to the honor of becoming a glorious knight, gathering strength along the way through courage and wisdom, and constantly challenging powerful foes. Is it Songsha? Songsha. But... Knight doesn't come to mind. Unless the knight's more symbolic. So did she finally become a glorious knight, as she wished? I didn't read the comic to its ending. At first it was because I didn't have time to continue reading due to an upcoming exam. And later at work for my thesis piled up. I'm glad she forgot about catching up to the comic's ending. Maybe you should go read the comic's ending. Don't worry. As long as we can answer 5 puzzle cards correctly, we'll get the comic book. Then you can tell Miss Sweet you want the final issue. It's true. A good plan. And I'm counting on you to help me solve the riddle on the card. You try everything to get me back. But you never catch up to me. What am I? You try everything to get me back, but you can never catch up to me. What am I? A lover who is trying to bring someone back from the dead? That's one of the first things that came to mind. Not that that's the answer. Again, a lot of my thoughts there just run to being someone who wants to bring someone back. There are multiple different cases that I won't go into because it would spoil probably things for like people who maybe don't look at it that way or don't look into the story that much. It does just feel a little bit weird to casually talk about it. For this game, to be clear. It could also even be last death and just to do with someone being lost somewhere and then trying to bring them back from somewhere. It doesn't have to be death. But I'd say Honkai Impact uses this theme a lot. You try everything to get me back, but you can never catch up to me. Because catch up to me can also be more metaphorical terms, or the literal terms. But also if someone's further away, then it would be you'd never catch up to them, obviously. So in another space, or they're dead. Or they reach another realm. Or it could just be a simple of, someone's running ahead doing something and you're behind them and can't catch up to them. Is it time? Maybe? That was not my thought. It definitely fits the riddle. You're so smart. Let's write the answer on the card first and give it to Miss Sweet to confirm. Of course it'd be time. It was more metaphorical then, or concept-like. Because you try everything to get me back, but you can't get back time once it's spent. You can't get back time once it's further back. Well, you can go to, I guess, in the way of the past, but that isn't the same as getting time back. You also burnt off time to potentially travel to that point. Though not time travel. You all know what I'm referring to. Yeah, but you can never catch up to me. Yeah, because time is ever continuing. I still would never have got that as the answer. I would still never have said time. Alright, then want to try guessing another card, Dream Seeker? 1 card for each of us is fair, right? Haha, there's no need to pursue fairness when it comes to answering questions. I can fill a heart, a whole world. They can all have me, but I cannot be shared with them. What am I? I can fill a heart, a whole world. They can all have me, but I cannot be shared with them. What am I? Be solitude, right? I heard something about Senadia, and I thought about Litost. Yeah, you can fill a heart, a whole world. They can all have me, but I cannot be shared with them. What am I? It can't be love then. I guess it could be either. Solitude. Yeah, I think so too, because if there's someone she can share her favourite food and books with, she won't feel lonely anymore. Yes? I'm wondering if this to like certain characters in the story though, in a deeper sense. The cards are included with the meals. Do you still have room? Girl looked at the banana split on the table, which resembled a small canoe. Shook her head somewhat apologetically. I'm sorry. Chapter 11 Part 2 music, like you. There's nothing to apologise for. We can come back again next time and try Miss Sweet's other items. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Or is she going to say something? No, that's not true. Because you're not from here? No, it's not true. I'm not just apologising for this. You're apologising just like Yuan did because you haven't said everything. Well, you're gonna vanish soon? You said you wanted a banana split because I was hungry. You purposely let me first guess the first puzzle card because you wanted me to know that I was helping you. You treat me so well, yet I still lied to you. You make it sound like a story I made up to trick you, and not a very clever one at that. I wasn't really waiting for anyone. I was worried about being taken away by bad guys, so I said I was waiting for my big sister. But in the end you came for me. Big sister dream seeker. Aww. Bad guys? What's chasing you? Following her gaze, you looked toward the restaurant's window. She wasn't waiting for that non-existent sister, but had been gazing at your reflection in the glass window all along. Yeah, so already you have fallen for a Defang Rift, probably then. Interesting. I'm aware that maybe Chapter 11 Part 2, or maybe Chapter 11 EX Part 2 might have something to do with this. I don't know. But we will reconnect that later if there is anything. No name and no memories. Just opened my eyes and found myself in this strange place. Not knowing what had happened. Also, to be clear, this isn't introducing anything I'm not aware of, because, again, Chapter 10, Part 2 pretty much says all this. It doesn't matter what event, maybe characters could appear in this event, or who shows up, or when, or in what way. A lot of the established potential, theories and how it all works, the save data, have been pretty much said. So unless I start seeing something that really feels out of the ordinary, which I will then say, I don't understand, I'll say, I think we'll be fine. I found myself in this strange place, not knowing what had happened. Having no name and no memories, I just opened my eyes and found myself in this strange place. Not knowing what had happened, when I saw you, big sister Dream Seeker, I felt a sense of warmth and a voice in my heart told me I could trust you. Maybe Sanadia, maybe Layla. Maybe the voice in your heart is to do with the you from D thing. Thank you for taking me out for a banana boat, even though it's not as big as a canoe. It's really delicious. According to Wage's reply, there are no missing children in Oxia, and the surveillance footage shows this child appearing out of thin air. She is likely a model fitted to my dataset, generated by the device. I see, so to her that's how it appears, but we who have played the main story have a pretty good idea what is going on. Very interesting the way they're doing this. Your stream secret gets reset at one point back to this. I don't think that's what's going on though. I'm the one who should be apologising for leaving a child all alone in a strange world to face the unknown. How do I explain the matter of data models there? Dream Seeker, are you angry? No, just deep and thought. No, of course not. I was just thinking I should tell you about this. Huh? You could just say she's born from the saved data or something, potentially. That is a thing. Even without maybe you're understanding the riffs, that should be a thing you understand, potentially. It shouldn't all just be Professor Yuyun's machine and datasets. A data model that's from your dataset. Huh? Do you know when you have no memories, you find yourself in a world you've never seen before? Because this is actually a dream you're having. There's probably some truth to that wording. Especially considering the Dream Seeker thing, and also the whole prophetic dream thing that was also talked about again in 90X Part 2. I'm still wondering if it's the case, if then that alternate, like, potential prophetic dream that didn't happen, quotation marks. I think that was just one of the attempts now that did happen. And then thanks to Dream Seeker's power and what Baiji also did with it, they were able to make sure that didn't happen again. It must have been one of the failed attempts, at least potentially. Layla hints at that in 90X Part 2. Now, if this is necessarily a dream, maybe this girl or Layla or whichever this is supposed to be, is from. I don't know. Do you know why you have no memories, that you find yourself in a world you've never seen before? Because this is actually a dream you're having. My dream? Yes, because when people are in a dream, their memories become fragmented and hard to recall. True. They will come across many bizarre and unfamiliar things. After all, a dream is a dream. Yes, but there's a gap between dreams and reality, as we've seen like with rice cake and stuff. Or like with you and Senadia and how you were able to take the astral ring outside of said dream. Dreams are like a dreamland. They even are their own like little world in a way when you think about it. In terms of you know, Honkai Impact 3rd. Either a world, space, or some form of other reality. That's what they are. It could be saying all the stuff with like, you know, the Dream Seeker quantum computer is like a dream-like reality in a way. It could be hinting at that idea. But regardless if it's a dream or not, or so on, so on, so on, it still is the virtual history, and it still is the reality that others experience. And it being a dream is none less real than the reality, really, when you get down to it. If anything, it means more things that can happen that would not usually be in reality. Yes, because when people are in a dream, their memories become fragmented and hard to recall. They will come across many bizarre and unfamiliar things. After all, a dream is a dream. But a model fitted to my dataset should be about as smart as I am. Does that mean she won't be easy to fool at all? Yeah, you are lying, but I think there's some truth to what you're saying as well that you don't even realise. It was a dream. That's why you appeared by my side when I was hungry and lost. Yeah, but if it's a dream, how are you able to converse? How are you able to discuss this? Is she just gonna suddenly wake up? If she doesn't, then is it a dream? Or at least. Yeah. How about we go look around somewhere else in a bit? Huh? Since you're having a dream, you should have a happy one. Now we got about the dreamscapes and stuff, and also talking about Dreamland in the collab event, you know, with Honkai Impact 3rd and HSR. You know, with Sparkle, Sampo, Iper and Lambda, Vita, and the I-Chan and the player. I haven't forgotten about that. And HSR also shown how dreams are kind of like just another form of reality. And that you can live in them, to a certain extent. No, Penacony. Or how dreams can also be to do with like consciousness. Like in GGZ. Again, there's all overlapping themes and elements and concepts with them all. And they all happen under different circumstances and even potential rules, but I see enough similarity in each of them. Especially also Project Stigma and Honkai Impact 3rd. If you're having a dream, you should have a happy one. And yeah, also the Dreamland is brought up with the anchor when you click on it, so... Yeah, it is like a big Dreamland, I guess, a bit. The part 2, I mean, in the story. And different sectors being maybe different, like, parts in the timeline of the virtual, you know, historical virtual history. course, in a way, it's like, well, dream exploring, isn't it? If you think about it. If the quantum computer is like an entire like dreamland. But it feels like to me there's some similarity there. Especially with a space that is a gap between, you know, dreams and, and reality. And so having a dream, you should have a happy one. And consider this sweet dream a gift from me to say, I'm sorry. Don't forget this. What's the first one called? Oh yeah, it's something else. What do you think? Do you like the movie? I heard from the theatre staff it's really popular with the kids in Oxia lately. Yeah, I love it. The girl laid bravely formed a pact with a cute cat. Lay. Cat. Spreading hope and saving the world alongside her friends. Right, can I give myself a name in the dream? Since I can't remember my own name, I want to choose a name for myself. Lay. Picking a name. Got it. Lay and Senadia by any chance? Or Lay and Dreamseeker. If Dreamseeker's the cat. The cat. Oh, actually, the cat. There's a like to a lion at times. Yeah, I love it. The girl Lay bravely formed a pact with. Yeah, I'd say Senadia and Dreamseeker with like the pact. Covenant. Want a pact with a cute cat, spreading hope and saving the world alongside her friends. Right, can I give a name in the dream? Since I can't remember my own name, I want to choose a name for myself. So what would you like to call yourself? I want to be called Lane, just like the protagonists in the movie. Ah, the irony. I hope I can be as smart and brave as her. Stand up for my friends and become a flower bud blossoming with hope. What do you think, Dreamseeker? Walk similar fates, eh? I think it suits you perfectly, because you're already a smart and brave Lay, right? Okay, she can have called Lay. Fair enough. Not Layla, but Lay. Makes sense. Thank you, Dreamseeker. Thank you for taking me to the movies. I had a great time. Should thank you again. How about we make a rule? For instance, you're not allowed to say thank you to me. And I'd like to add a second rule. You're not allowed to use because I want to, and an excuse to get out of your way to help me anymore. Have I? Of course, you yawned 10 times while watching this children's movie, and secretly checked if I was laughing 15 times. One away from Project Stigma amount of plans, but yeah. Went from 14 to 15. I see. Very perceptive. You were laughing so happily watching the movie. How did you have time to peek at me? You're thinking that I'm not saying it. Probably. You're the same, aren't you? Then it's a deal. 2 rules. I won't say thank you, and you can't help me on purpose. I bet you can't say because. Right, it's a deal. Where to next? Are there any places you usually like to go to? You like to go? Can you take me there? You watched a movie I liked with me, so next it's your turn to do something you enjoy. To the bookstore, then. A place I like, I know. The bookstore? Around the Oxen in 40 days. Hades in the seared data. Reminds me of a readable between bringing up hell and everything. Talking about a Dark Lord. I love data mining. This should be enough for us to enjoy a pleasant reading session. Hearing your footsteps, the girl looked up from her thick book and motioned for you to sit beside her. Seeker, there are a few things I understand. Can you explain them to me? Right, let me see. A thought experiment on endless history. I see what you're doing. I know that readable. Imagine if your life was cycled multiple times. Yeah, I know the one you're speaking about. Ironic. And fits in. Alright, let me see. Folks around endless history and computable formulation of the world continuum hypothesis. That also does ring a bell. That second one. Based on explorations and received data. Double checking something. Okay, I can't do it there. I will read on my phone then. And you'll just have to take my word for it. It would be in... I just need, part 2 things to keep track of. It would be the readables, it would obviously be really early, because it would be chapter 1, part 2 stuff. Just want to check the hypothesis name here. Computable formulation of the world continuum hypothesis. Just sounds similar, is it? Here? No. No, it's the other stuff. I know what the thought experiment and endless history is. Like, they have that one literally, like... yeah, it's done by Yu. What a surprise. Fictional study... Implement history... Is it called memo? Oh no, yeah. Calculatability representation of the world continuum hypothesis based on the exploration practices of the Sea of Data. Authors Chenzu and Yu. I don't care if they're about to tell me what this says, I'm reading it out. Abstract. The theory of continuum synthesis postulates the orderly arrangement of the unsortable imaginary space within, utilizing its entirety sorted by superordinal numbers. This arrangement is considered to be consistent with the mathematical continuum hypothesis, specifically on the scale of individual planets or stars. The infinite layers of their imaginary spaces correspond to the infinite layers of rational numbers in mathematics, whereas the infinite layers at the center of galactic black holes correspond to the infinite layers of all real numbers in mathematics. The computability formulation of the theory of continuum synthesis proposed by Yuyun introduces the revised computability theory into this hypothesis. It is primarily utilized to gauge which imaginary or quantum spaces can be directly controlled by humanity. Ah, the irony, because of what they were talking about in Chapter 11, Part 2. The essence of this discourse aims to delve into some implications of this formulation, its practical applications, and the exploration of the sea of data, although the hypothesis itself at the theoretical level remains unproven. Luo Chenzu, Data Research Institute of Oxia, Room 8511, Antares Building, Litost Road. Bailu Yuyun, Data Research Institute of Oxia, Songshu Street, number 10. And then since I've been speaking about the other thing, I think we might as well read the other one, as both are being talked about here, and I find them both quite important. I won't dive too much into the other one I just read then, because I understand what's talking about. It's about planets, stars, black hole, and talks about some other bits, but some of it I really did not fully get. I think compared to how much I feel like I get the other one. Let's see here. Flowing stars, thousand-way calendar, thought experiment, here it is. Thought experiment and endless history. Because it is a thought experiment, but it makes so much sense when you look at part 1 with, a lot of things and so on. And part 2 definitely know of what's going on. Have you ever entertained the notion of such a possibility that author Yuyun. Have you ever entertained the notion of such a possibility that your life in the boundless expanse of the universe has in fact repeated countless times, and will continue to do so indefinitely? You know, view this in a variant sense, you could view it in a samsara sense, you could view this in a sense of if you do have reincarnation, if you did go through multiple cycles of your life. If, of course, your life has repeated because of, like, the sea of data stuff and falling through different errors. It makes sense. Some may counter the universe as a clear beginning in size. It's not truly infinite. Well, we know that's not the case. We know the overall universe that miHoYo built is infinite. One universe, but still, it's still infinite. In the realm of physics, this is indeed the case, but within the realm of imagination, there's your key there as well, because it talks about imagination, and that could go back to imaginary and so on. There exist more intriguing scenarios. Now imagine yourself living in an online game, which again has sort of also been done like in the story, with like Iapir and Lambda, and the Honkai Impact 3rd game they run, but obviously it has the same story as the game that we follow. But of course, the game we follow is not the online game that she runs. It's just one that is another world that is like follows the story of that, as well as obviously also the whole player thing as well that got acknowledged in part 1. And players, being able to send messages and so on. I remember all of it. As a character in the game, how did your existence manifest? Are you the same you? This again also goes into the whole Nagamitsu thing as well, and the hoyostan arc. Like one way, my analogy always is you drink the glass of water in one world, you don't drink the glass of water in another world, you smash it, so on, so on, so on. Choice splits into different potential worlds that can be generated. Anyway, back to the readable. As a character in the game, how did your existence manifest? Are you the same you? Quotation marks. tirelessly repeating the same words to countless players, or are there myriad parallel yous? Yeah, quotation marks. Each corresponding to every individual player. Or perhaps somewhere in between. You consistently believe you live in a unique world. This isn't like white text. I feel like this is what she believes, potentially. Perhaps somewhere in between, you constantly believe you live in a unique world, leading a singular life. Yet in truth, this world and you, in quotation marks, have already repeated and will continue to repeat. Countless times. Question marks in all these, basically. Every time she says, like, have this or that, because it's a full experiment, it's a question mark. Even within this overarching eternity, countless cycles can be, yeah, again, quotation marks on eternity and cycles, yeah. Again, there's certain words that they put the quotation marks on, feel like key indicators. They could also be saying it's not exactly that term, but they feel like they're the words you want to focus on. That's why I'm reading them out as well. Can be delineated, each containing the outcomes of all free will, with specific choices repeating endlessly. In this context, you possess a state comprised of eternal cycles, in quotation marks, infinitely bound across dimensions of time and space, which reminds you of the spatio-temporal consistency that was going with, like, of a heli over a battlesuit and stuff, a bit some of this stuff. Yeah, time and space, comprised of... Yeah, I said that. Yeah, infinitely bound across dimensions of time and space. In another perspective, as a character in the game, and again, Nagamita also used a game analogy for this in the past, but anyway, each interaction with a player initiates the flow of time. Yeah, initiates the flow of time. In another perspective, no. For you to prompting choices in your life. For your consciousness. Each choice appears unique, quotation marks, yet the weight carried by these choices may not be singular, but rather infinite. Of course you know reality isn't a networked game. Thought experiments remain just that, thought experiments. However, from a statistical standpoint, within the sea of quanta, and then bracket, the sea of data in a broader sense. The likelihood of a bubble world spontaneously arising is far greater than that of a bubble world. It says universe, obviously, but you know what I mean. Bubble world derived from a civilized world, and on a more concrete level in everyday life, encountering humans born from a sea of data is likely a common occurrence. Which we now know, of course, isn't necessarily being born from a sea of data, but more so falling through the rifts through different eras. Perhaps as a reader of this text, you yourself belong to this category. So when you apply this logic behind such occurrences to the thought experiment just presented, can you still argue it's merely a thought experiment, devoid of any semblance of reality? Your life in the boundless expanse of the universe has in fact repeated countless times and will continue to do so indefinitely. I love this readable so much. It just represents the game so well. But of course, every life that happens or repeat, or potentially other you or something, is still its own life, is still its own unique existence, has its own history, has its own story, you know. That's why I like variants as well. And the whole thing about variants potentially walking similar fates, but at times you can obviously see deviation. You can see new possibilities, like the interview between Honkai Impact and Honkai Star Rail collab talked about. And variants being like these new like possibilities. Well, isotopes was the word used, but again, you know what I mean. How can you not fall asleep reading stuff like this at your age? I think it's quite interesting, Dream Seeker. Could you tell me about it. The fact you're reading it. Actually, yeah, the fact you're reading it is very ironic, Lay. It'd be irony if the ones reading this type of stuff are the ones that, you know, similar to like Lay or, you know, others who have fallen for the rifts potentially. There's still a chance you could maybe be born from also the Sea of Data, a bit similar to like a Star Whisperer again. It is similar. But they really are, like, it feels like trying to present the idea that some of the people in Oxia are from Defeng originally, and just became blank slates. With no memories. I think it's quite interesting. Dreamseeker, could you tell me about it? Alright, let me recall how Chenzi used to explain complicated text to me. Imagine this device right now. That lets you play an infinite number of times, just like a gamer. They're using the game analogy again. It fits the paper. I knew you were onto something, Nagamitsu. That already was obvious even before this point. After a fun and educational explanation, she looked at the book, then at you, seemingly deep in serious thought. I really want to read no Nagamitsu's since I've kind of gone over everything. Why not? Let me get it up. It will be in... It'll be in quotes, and that'll be the full thing. I'd like to show you it on screen, but at the same time I don't want the music going off, so... Bear with me. Nagamitsu law, I'll put it here, obviously. Here it is. I will do the full combo though, which does mean this will be a bit. This is from chapter 26, I'm pretty sure. It's in Colliston. Long time no see, Kiana Castellano, Dorandal. Then Kiana says, yes, when I escaped from you, I never thought a day would come when we would be fighting side by side. You could say that the task of resisting Honkai has made our paths cross again. Then Nagamitsu off the Durandal. Indeed, leave the unhappiness of the past behind, as the future of Shixel belongs to our generation. Before Upto Apocalypse resigned, he has also found his true path. His future probably won't overlap with ours again. Tesla. What? Then Farisa, what do you mean by won't overlap? Then Durandal. Nagamitsu, really? Then Nagamitsu. I should make clear that I was just speculating, although I do think it's a reasonable speculation. The point is, I believe that in previous experiments, Mr. Otto found a way to return to the past. Farisa, return to the past? You talking about time travel? Again, I could show this if I could, you know, have the music play. Unfortunately, I can't. So I have to read out the names. It's fine, though. I have it quote for quote. And Tesla. How is that possible? According to the physics of our world, time travel cannot happen. Then Tesla. Even though we caught that strange Otto, he can't possibly be the real Otto from 500 years ago, right? Then obviously the Otto from, of course, the 500 years ago that isn't the same Otto. Alright, I understand where you're coming from. Then Nagamitsu. Yeah, Tessa-senpai is right. The manipulation of time that you see in sci-fi stories doesn't really exist. But Ontologically speaking, I think Mr. Otto found a way to return to the past in some sense. Tesla. Hey, are you just playing word games? Nagamitsu. Of course not, Tessa-senpai. Ontology is a serious area of study in philosophy and logic. But to understand what I was saying just now, I need everyone to recall the implicit meaning of time. Teresa, time? Isn't it just time? There's nothing more that can be said about it, right? Then Tesla. No, Teresa, time is indeed a concept that is hard to define, but its implications depend on how you look at it. In essence, everyone can only consider the present moment because of this. Everyone thinks that time is related to cause and effect. But if we dig deeper, think about the present, in quotation marks, the present, in quotation marks, signifies, sorry, human logic seems to reach its limits at this point. But like to say that time is, again, like within the moment, what you're experiencing, what you see, what you're doing. It doesn't mean other things aren't also happening in another world alongside you in a different way. And Nagami says, not necessarily, Tesla-senpai. As you probably know, our world isn't the limit of existence. Outside of our world, the imaginary tree, not an imaginary tree as you know, but you know, is a higher dimensional structure, and the Sea of Quanta, another like higher dimensional structure, you know, a chaotic, you know, space and dimension that holds bubble worlds as you know. But anyway, and the Sea of Quanta also affect our fate. So these two structures, or two things, affect, you know, the fate of the potential, you know, of a world in a way. But outside, then Tess says, but outside our world, can time have... Wait, are you suggesting that there are observers outside our world? Then Nagamichi says, this is something we learned from multiple experiments, through activating the second divine key and linking the bubble world to the imaginary tree. Should be the Durandal bubble world. Is this another one? The one that's saying they're linked to the imaginary tree. But anyway, that's not important right now. Nagamitsu. We determined that outside our world, because you know, chapter 25, the X, anyway. We determined that outside our world, time still abides by certain rules, and won't degenerate into chaos. To be more specific. There. So again, clear to make this clear, because the quote might get lost at times. Outside the world, outside of Earth, or outside of maybe even, you could say, maybe the star, basically just outside the world, we'll call it that. World's such a broad term that, you know, can get quite confusing at times, I've noticed for some. I'm not saying it's confusing for me as well, to be clear, I'm just saying I've seen some of the confusions at times, and people, I'm trying to make it more clear. But they do use the word world, so I need to use that, like I say. We determine that outside our world, time still abides by certain rules, and which generate into chaos. To be more specific, there, one can travel backward in time freely. No different from travelling through spatial dimensions. But that, again, is not the same thing as just time travel. That's not to say time travel isn't possible. There is a thing that does state time travel sort of is possible, but only if you burn the timeline you're on to a certain, like, point in a way. Which would then destroy, like, the world up to a certain point by the amount of years you then burn back on the timeline. But that didn't happen in the end, so we haven't actually had a thing where we can see it's actually happened. It was more a theory that could happen. That was a possibility. But we haven't seen that happen in that way. Because also did something that different in the end, as we all know. You know, he grafted like a branch and split it off the one that he was going to potentially say he was going to burn. Anyway, back to the point. There's more to that as well, but that's not the topic. I'm just interested to stress the time travel one because I see the confusion at times of people going like, time travel is not possible. And it's like, yes, but no kind of situation. Because it is stated it doesn't work exactly that way. But there still is a way to travel back in time in a way. But like it says, no different from travelling through spatial dimensions. Travel backward in time. Again, it's not typical time travel at the end of the day. Not exactly the same. Anyway, I'll get back to the point. On this basis, it follows some other basic principles. Similar to the dimensions, it has various types of energy restrictions. And some of these restrictions cause time to flow in a fixed direction in various subspaces, limiting the capabilities of objects in those spaces. We believe that that is the reason for the existence of everything in our world. That is to say, the arrow of time, quotation marks, is not a basic principle, it is a consequence of the existence of our world. Then Kiana, I don't fully understand, but are you trying to say it's because of the stable existence of our world that no amount of power can interfere with the flow of time? Exactly, Nagamitsu says. But the situation is indeed different in the imaginary tree. Because it exists beyond our world, you can think of it as... This is where, again, the game analogy is about to come in. A server that holds all the game data. The server has all kinds of mechanisms to generate countless game worlds. And you are just a character in one of those worlds. Again, talking about the you, the present where you are, what you are experiencing. The server records every action you take at every moment, every point or passage in time, basically. Everything gets recorded. You can see the records, but you don't have the ability to change them. Yep. Because you are used to this, it seems like the data stored in the server cannot be changed. But to the server itself, there are no such restrictions. The game server that is called the Imaginary Tree can use the save path from any moment in time to generate a new parallel world. So the idea basically is, when a choice happens, like when you smash a bottle of water, or if you drink the bottle of water, you break the glass, like, if you do something in that moment, then it splits into other choices, which potentially then generates another parallel world on the, you know, the universe, in a sense. This isn't just for Earth, this is for basically any world. Yes, they're using probably research that they've mainly got from Earth, or, you know, from maybe a bubble world, so it's not going to cover everything, but if you read enough on the Imaginary Tree, it's pretty clear it's for every world. Unless stated somehow not to be. Context does matter, after all. That's why case-by-case basis matter. A minute. Let's continue. As I was saying. But the server itself, there are no restrictions. Game server, time, yeah. Because you are used to this, it seems that the data stored in the server cannot be changed, but the server itself, there are no such restrictions. The game server that's called the Imaginary Tree, quotation marks, can use the save file from any moment in time to generate a new parallel world. It says universe, but it's world. Unless you want to do the whole thing of saying, but they can be used interchangeably and all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, miHoYo have made clear they've tried to make a singular universe with countless worlds. But if you want to interpret it as lots of different universes, feel free. I'm not going to try and change someone's mind on that one, as that's kind of impossible and, well, a bit pointless. And also, in a sense, it's fine to view them as it, as long as you know it's still like a world, in a sense. As long as you understand that, I guess it doesn't really matter what word you use, just a label. But anyway. That label's important to me because the word they picked, but you know what I mean. As well as also the translation in CN does make it clear it's world, not universe. There's that as well. But anyway, that's another topic for another day. But yeah, it can use any moment in time, and the passage of time, passage of a leaf, passage of a world, any point. Again, all analogies, but you know. And then use that moment to potentially generate a new parallel world. Just like servers and online games, worlds can be opened, closed, or merged. This is no different from the theory of parallel worlds. Again, it says universe is all in English here, but you know what I mean. The new you is not the actual you, just like we've seen with Mr. Otto. Oh no, that's what Tesla says, sorry. Tesla, this is no different from the theory of parallel worlds. The new you is not the actual you, just like we've seen with Mr. Otto. Nagamitsu. True. That is how we originally understand parallel worlds, but that's referring to already existent parallel worlds. Tesla-senpai. Tesla. What do you mean? Nagamitsu. I mean that at the particular point of origin for parallel worlds, quotation marks, others don't exist, and there is only one reality. To someone experiencing the single reality, they can choose the future they want. In fact, such a thing is happening every moment. It's just that we are unable to perceive it subjectively. Yep. Like right now, maybe I'm not streaming in another world somewhere, you know, in theory and so on. And maybe I only just started, or maybe I'm playing a different game. Like, there's so many possibilities, and that's why I love the universe miHoYo have built. But yeah, we can't view it subjectively. We can only, like, guess or have some idea. We never know without being able to observe it. Maybe, like, a higher being could potentially, if they were observing the overall universe or something. Or being able to observe more than, you know, one type of world. Again, a bit like the Cosmic Juggernaut, the second Divine Key. Which is why, again, that experiment was important, along with all the other stuff. Sorry, I'm already completely lost, Kiana says. Nagamitsu. Oh, let's continue the analogy of the game, then. Imagine you are a free character in a game, and suddenly you are facing a choice. Choice 1. Yeah, choice 1. Because you have free will, because there's 2 choices that come up on the screen, you can randomly select either of these 2 choices. But without any external information, you never know wherever in the other versions of the game the content of the choices is the same. You also don't know which choice you made in the other versions of the game. All you know is that you are now is now, and that choice, again this is all quotation marks, these little words, it's just a choice, quotation marks. Your free will never actually changes. Because your free will is your subjectivity of what you think is your free will at that point, but that doesn't mean that's what you're doing in another world. You could even say from this perspective, all other versions running on the server are irrelevant. From your point of view, there's no way to return to the earlier points of the game. And you only get to make choices once. Yeah, unless there's some other factor coming into it. But even if you could, let's say, go back like 5 minutes, you still made one choice at that moment. You still couldn't make more than one choice at that moment yourself. You had to still pick. Regardless of what loopholes or ideas that could be seen as making 2 choices. If you philosophically view a choice as more than one, but again, that's another topic. Kiana, so what you're actually saying is, by using some of the imaginary tree's functions, Otto was able to live his life again? Nagamitsu. Maybe living again, quotation marks, is not the best way of putting it. It even has the opposite connotation. But to simplify things, yes. Yeah, because it's a different Otto at the end of the day. Made it from data from 500 years ago, you know, in space-time. Which has a whole other topic, we're not going into that. Well, no, it's very similar. Basically data from 500 years ago of Otto's life, or at least that point in time, was then basically used, that's, you know, space-time data, was used to then make the Otto that you see in the Hoyostans arc. But not the Otto that obviously is, you know, doing all the other stuff. In a way, the clone, you could call it. Or host for the Herrscher of Dominance. Because of why they did that and everything. But anyway. But I know that what's really important is intention. Mr. Otto wouldn't give an opportunity wouldn't give up an opportunity to return to the past, quotation marks. Yeah, and choice 2 is just, yeah, it's just there. And that's it. That's the quote. Everything else goes into other stuff about time and other things, and there's plenty of other stuff, but you don't need it for what I'm talking about. My point is that I find it really fascinating that Yuyun, Nagamitsu, you know, have come to a similar conclusion. They're from completely different civilizations, have very different circumstances, but they came to similar conclusions about it. It doesn't mean that's the universal truth and how it works. But you'd also be arguing with a lot of potential evidence of what the games have actually said, so... And after a certain point, you can't just keep... You can't just keep going like, it might be, it might not be, and you can, but you have to also still keep in mind what has been said. Those are the pieces we are given as story readers. And just because one game says something and another game says another, it doesn't make either irrelevant. It could also just be the laws work different there, or for the story it was said that way, but it works similarly. Contradictions are allowed, which seems to be a thing that I see many don't seem to agree with, but contradictions are very much allowed. They're a very big part of miHoYo's overall universe and its ambiguity, and its interpretational and theory-like work, and the characters not understanding things, you know, to a universal truth, but finding personal truths through what they observe, through what they experiment with, through what they know. It's just fascinating. I love the overall universe miHoYo built. Anyway, after a fun educational explanation, she looked at the book, then at you, seemingly deep in serious thought. And so you decide to rescue her from the tedious terminology and complex logic, and restore the smile that belonged on a child's face. Lei, look, a lot of people are gathered over there. What are they doing? It looks like a children's quiz contest hosted by the library. Yeah, Oxia's education seems quite intense, honestly. Definitely a higher curriculum than quite what we've got going in the real world. Well, maybe not completely, but still, like, Oxia does feel like quite a high bar. It looks like the participation prize is a fountain pen. Wow, wouldn't it be so cool if I signed the midterm assessment form with that pen? Lei, I really want a fountain pen. Do you actually want it, though? Don't forget what Lei said. I haven't forgotten even what I just read. You. The yous. Very fitting after what we just talked about. You're cheating again. Didn't we agree? No, she wants the fountain pen. We agreed not to lie to you on purpose, just to give you a chance to shine. But I'm not lying to you. I really do want that fountain pen. But does she believe you? Really? Do you like fountain pens that much? Apparently so. Thank you, Lei. This is a really beautiful keyboard. I see you went on a bit of a trip. Fountain pen, keyboard, what else? Sorry, Dreamseeker, I thought the first prize would be a nicer pen, so I answered a few more questions correctly. Should we add a third rule to our agreement? You're not allowed to say sorry to me. You're allowed sorries and thank yous, but I know what you're doing. I get what you're saying, This is the gift you helped me win. I love it. I can't wait to write a whole new paper. So you brought me to the arcade to find that device you mentioned in the library, which can be played infinitely and prove history is endless. And then use it to finish your paper? Interesting, so the device proves this. Okay. Actually, I wanted to experience the fun of being a gamer with you. It is the amusement park set up specifically for children in the Antares building, and only adults accompanying children are allowed to enter. So adults can't just enter? I see. So would you like me to show you around the amusement park? Of course, Dream Seeker. What should we play first, You follow the child's gaze. She was clearly drawn to the stuffed bear and the claw machine. How about starting with the claw machine? I have enough coins for us to play 10 times. I've never played it before. Dream Seeker, are you good at it? Well, I wouldn't say I'm good at it. Let's go play another game. We fail all 10 chances, we won't even get a participation prize. It'd be such a waste. But you do want that plushie. And you did win Dream Seeker, that keyboard. Fair's fair for you. But the machine doesn't say that we only play... say that only those who catch a plushie are allowed to play the game. In fact, it wasn't originally designed so that most people... In fact, wasn't it originally designed so that most people wouldn't be able to catch one? Ah, so it was rigged, and then it became unrigged. Wow, that's some good advancement, I would say. Why would everyone exchange coins for Fania? They didn't know. I'm gonna go with that. Although the additive reward mechanic is a very important reason, the process is also very important to me. Anticipation of inserting a coin, the tension of controlling the joystick, an outcome that you don't have to take to heart, win or lose. That's fair. Even if we don't catch anything after 10 tries, I will still remember the day you and I had a great time in the arcade, surrounded by the sweet aroma of popcorn and soda, that you didn't buy in the end. Listen, I may enjoy gacha games, but I'm definitely not a claw machine game or that type of stuff. I'm not interested in that. Because I get one, a story for nearly for basically paying nothing if I choose not to pay anything. I can get the characters without paying things if I want. I definitely have paid money for this game, I'm not going to say I haven't. My point is, you can literally play all these games for free. You never have to spend a penny. You don't. In fact, if you just didn't care about pulling for characters, which is very doable, I'd say, unless of course you have to pull, I guess, which is a different story, you literally play all these games for free. The only thing that makes you potentially want to spend is to definitely get the characters you want. But again, Honkai Impact 3rd, there's no 50-50. So like, if you just save, you can get everything. I mean, not everything at once, but you know what I mean. Like, you reach the pity, or reach early, you'll get the character anyway. Same for the weapon, after 6 multis, you're guaranteed the weapon. Like, not a very good system. I'm aware in Honkai Star Rail and also in Genshin Impact, you have, and I think Xemnas, but I'm just going to say the other two for now. I have played them, but those two specifically, and I do also play those. I know it's a 50-50. You still get something at the end of the day, even if you do lose. I did wish it just didn't have the 50-50, I do agree, when you actually look at it logistically. because I really like Honkai my third system, and then there'd be less for people to complain about and try and say, I want to play the game for this reason, or I don't play it for that. So at that point, just don't play gacha games if you feel that bad about it, obviously. But I play for the stories, I play for the lore, I play for the fantastic character design, the voice acting. There's just so much in them, and their games just go on till, of course, you know, end of service. But none of miHoYo's games have end of service yet, other than GGZ in English, to be specific. English, it's still going fine in Japanese and Chinese. It's still fine over there. It's just the C server closed in 2021, October something. But the story is still playable in Japanese and Chinese, and if you really wanted the story, you can read with MTL, like, you know, that's obviously not advisable because it's not going to be that accurate, but there are ways to still enjoy it. And even if you didn't even read the story, the gameplay is enjoyable. I played GGZ. I enjoy it. I also really appreciate it because it was the game that started everything, in terms of, at least, you know, for the overall universe and all their games. Don't get me wrong, though. You first had, of course, Legends of Saha, which was a game, of course, made by miHoYo before they joined, you know, miHoYo. miHoYo, I think that's how you pronounce it. You know, Legends of Saha has lots of concepts and ideas and pieces that I would say are very much in, like, Genshin Impact and miHoYo's other games. And you can literally watch the story on YouTube. It's like a 45-minute thing. It's just someone playing it, I think. But it is on there, and it's a pretty good story. It's short, obviously, because it's 45 minutes, but there was a lot. There was quite a bit to digest, and it looked pretty cool. Then, of course, after that, you then had the actual, you know, first miHoYo game being... It should be Fly Me to the Moon first, I think. Yeah, it should be Fly Me to the Moon first, which does have a story, which I do need to read at some point. It is on the wiki page. So I'll look at that at some point. Though there was no, of course, confirmation it was, you know, connected to the other games, obviously. I'm still interested, though. The character's still called Kiana, and she's like a witch, and trying to make it to, like, the lunar ruins or something, so the themes are there. Yeah, and it was, and was like, what, House Castellana, I'm pretty sure, or something. So again, the themes are there. And then you have Zombie Girl Kawaii, which is basically a prototype for GGZ, but doesn't really have any story. Then you have GGZ Hokagakuen 2, which is, you know, a very, very, very long game now at this point, and it's really cool, and I really like the art in it, and love the gameplay. Story's very cool as well. I do recommend checking out a fan project that, called Operation Gecko, which is where fans have called from hoyostans have fan translated it, so people can read the story. All of Retro is available right now, outside of the Servant/Familiar arc, which I will be reading once that's done. And then, you know, credits to all the people on the fan project, obviously. And then you've also got Operation Gecko Reborn, because Reborn's storyline, she's after Retro. And that is at chapter 3 of Reborn right now. But there's still a good, like, 8-9 years of the... 7? I don't know how many years, but there's a lot of years of the game after as well. But obviously isn't translated. But that's fine. Translation takes a long time. I really appreciate the hard work that miHoYo... No. The hoyostans have done translating it. But I also really appreciate what miHoYo have done, you know, making GGZ. It's a really cool game. And regardless if you want to say it's connected or not, even though I believe it is because of many different things, and I know you could also say in many other ways it's also not because of many different things, but that's an entire other subject, and it's a very subjective discussion that doesn't really have a full certain answer. People will say there's a full answer, like it is fully connected or it isn't, but... no, it's more incertitude. It's... Until we get a dev statement saying it isn't anymore, it is connected. But you can also make the interpretation of it is now potentially disconnected, but there's no dev statement. And then some say, well, listen to the devs, you know, you should just listen to the people who write the story, but no, I disagree. Both are as important as each other, and if they don't take back a dev statement about the clearly being part of the overall universe, then I'm not going to suddenly start saying it's not connected anymore, just because, you know, that would not be accurate. And then, of course, after that, you had, of course, you know, Honkai Impact 3rd. You also had Tears of Themis. I haven't played Tears of Themis. Then you also had Genshin Impact. Then Honkai Star Rail. Now Zenless Zero. And again, just to clarify for ZZZ, because to be clear, Honkai Impact 3rd, GTZ Hokagakuan, you know, 2, has another name as well, but you know what I mean. Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail all confirmed to be in the overall universe of miHoYo's games. There is plenty of confirmations on it. People like to say that it's an old statement or doesn't fit, but like they are all connected. Regardless of what the games themselves say in their own lore and stuff, you have to remember, things aren't said from a universal truth perspective. Unreliable narrator is a thing, and again, I'm not going to disagree with a dev statement. There's no way to hard confirm it without then devs coming along and going, oh yeah, now it's changed. Really, to be honest. People will disagree, and that's fine. I'm not going to try and make anyone agree with that. And then you got ZZZ, which isn't connected for now, but they haven't said it's not connected. They just said they aren't. They said they just aren't doing anything for now. So that's not saying. Some people say things like, "Oh, they said it's just not connected, or it will never be connected." No, that's not what the interview says. So if you want to look up that, look up the interview for that as well, because it does exist. And then, of course, you've got Petite Planet. Don't know where that fits right now, but I enjoyed the beta story for that I did get to play, that I did stream, that is on my channel. Not all of it, obviously, because I didn't get through that much. I had some bits happen in between, so I did as much as I could. And you've got Honkai Nexus Anima, which I've also studied. I didn't get to play it, but I'm very convinced it's going to be part of the overall universe. Assuming Petite Planet will as well, but Honkai Nexus Anima's very much got more chance, I think. But we'll see. I don't like to see any games as not connected unless they explicitly state so. And then you've also got Vasapora. I don't know. I don't know where that fits. I don't know I'm going to be playing that one. It doesn't really interest me. It does a little, but the style's not really for me. Then you got any other game that comes out in future as well. So yeah, very, very, very expansive, you know, company of all the different games and potential, you know, very big universe. I've decided now on stream at times I'm just going to bring things up when I want to talk about them, give a bit of a history lesson at times, talk about some of the stuff, because I like doing that. And when I say, like, I've heard this, I've heard that, you know, people say this, people say that, it's just because I see so many conversations of people, I would just be blunt right now, it's going to sound like a bit of a rant, trying to disconnect the games, trying to be like they're standalone, trying to treat them like they're not connected in any way, and any form of connection is wrong. Like, I hate that type of mindset. It's fine to view things that way. You're allowed to enjoy the games you enjoy, you know, separately if you want, but you can't tell others that they're not connected when there is, like, themes, concepts, and plenty of connection for the games. There's also plenty of points you can argue that could be seen as disconnection, but I think it just becomes also things of just having ambiguity and unique elements in each of the games and the settings. Like, I'll just say it right now, my point is, I will never personally feel they are not connected. There will always be that part in the brain that will keep in mind, maybe something changed behind the scenes, maybe something was said, maybe something happened with the games, maybe they went a different way, sure. But like, until a dev statement, until I see something that shows that, no. I can think outside. I can think for myself, to be clear, as well. Like, I know some would say, like, "Oh, I'm not thinking about outside of that." And I am, but I'm pretty convinced what they are doing. But we shall see. But I would say also, Honkai Impact 3rd does a very good job at also showing a lot of important concepts for the overall universe. Which again, another little rant for a minute. People really like to say it's not that important because it only focuses on the solar system, but that's not true. It focuses on the solar system. It focuses on planets that aren't even really part of the solar system as well. It it focuses on like fictional worlds, like for example, like Phosphorus, which yes may have some scientific thing potentially. I'm not sure, but you know, Phosphorus Hesperus then became the new Chiming. That's not in our real IRL world. So that is important, in my opinion. And even the solar system itself is important in its own sense. And then, of course, you've also got things like, you know, Luoxing, you know, Mars. Yeah, it's Mars, but, like, there's a lot of interesting stuff with it that I know isn't with our Mars. Same for Persia and Venus. Then you've also got, like, the Sea of Quanta, which is a completely other thing to the Soul. It literally is, like, you know, it has these, you know, all these, you know, bubble worlds in it. That, yes, have to do with, you know, maybe reflections of, you know, the proper real-world planets. Again, yes, to the solar system, but there's so many different bubble worlds in the Sea of Quanta. And then you've got the imaginary space as well, which is definitely something that is another thing in Honkai Impact 3rd that, you know, has quite a bit to it. Which is kind of like, I would say, a higher dimensional, like, not space, well, it is space, but like layer that doesn't, you know, go over the imaginary tree or higher dimensional structure, but does encompass, you know, the overall universe. And things obviously work differently in the imaginary space, along with also, like, you know, even like the stigmas, like stigmas or stigmatas being born there as well and existing there. You know, like Misthalin hair. And then the entirety of Project Stigma wasn't trying to flip like the proper, like trying to swap those things, you know, make Stigmata and Stigma become the new humans in a way, and then make humans become the new Stigmata, or, you know, be the new, you know, be in the in imaginary space, in the spiritual Adam and so on. But yeah, it's got so many things in it, and I would say the other games definitely do reference Honkai Impact 3rd. I'd say they reference GGZ as well, to be honest, at this point. I've seen enough now to say they do. I know people will debate and say, like, they're similar but different, but they're still different. It's like, that doesn't stop the similarities. You could give me a list of 1,000 contradictions on why something shouldn't work, you still won't convince me. I just love miHoYo's stories in their games, and even if, let's say, in the sense you do just look at them all as their own stories in games, I still also look at them for their own thing as well, and I love all of them. Am I up to date on all of them? No. But I'm enjoying them all. And I'm only speaking on things I have seen and know of. But I'll admit now, I have also seen things like, for example, in Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail, that, yeah, I've been spoiled and stuff. Yeah. At this point, I just see it as being informed and being aware, and as long as I get to inform in a Honkai Impact 3rd and stuff going on as well, that's fine with me. I'll take that trade. I know which game I'm enjoying probably more. Not that I usually like to say things like that, but I enjoy Honkai Impact 3rd and GGZ a lot. And then I'd say it goes Star Rail and then Genshin, I'd say at this point. And then probably Zenless, somewhere. Though I know Honkai Nexus Animal will be something I'm massively interested in. I'm really looking forward to. I think it's going to give us a lot of important things, especially since it's in the beta story. But we'll see. Right, let's get back to the event. I know that was a bit of a long tangent. But I haven't forgotten the story I'm doing here either. Yeah, I remember this too. Yep, you remember the memory of being here at the game arcade, spending potentially 10 coins and maybe not getting that stuffed plushie, and also not buying that popcorn, and also not having the soda. Unless you're going to buy those as well. But I do like this. And let's play to our heart's content. Let's play to our heart's content. I hope they get the plushie though. It would suck not to get it. I like to be open-minded at the end of the day, so I'm always open-minded to healthy discussion, interpretations, ambiguity. If someone did come along and say, like, I don't think they're connected, I wouldn't say you're wrong. I would just say, like, why? What's the reason? I want to look at why you feel that way. And even if you still feel that way at the end, that's fine. I just want the discussion. I just don't want people trying to state it as fact. Just as I want to state it as fact, it's 100% everything's connected. Though, the difference is I'm using actual information and proving that they are connected mainly. And I'm always open-minded to other ideas. And I don't believe I'm a know-it-all either. I'm not. There is plenty of things I don't know or don't understand, probably, that maybe others do. Though how much someone understands me is a quotation marks for me, because there's different subjective criteria of what someone considers understanding and so on. Again, I'm a subjective person. I don't like to be too objective. But when it comes to like the games are connected, I'll definitely push for more connected than disconnected. And I'll admit to that. But I won't lie and go like, oh, this thing here makes this be this, and this is fact. I won't do that. I refuse to do that. That's not why they've made the games they've made them. They also have made it pretty clear they want people to be able to like play their games and not feel forced to play the others, which I completely understand. However, as I've already said preference-wise, I would like to see some more direct connections at times, but you already have it through the idea of variants and concepts, and we already had it with the collab, which I know many didn't maybe like. I know many had issues with the Honkai Impact 3rd ex-Honkai Star Rail collab. I really liked it. It's actually a story I really enjoyed. Though I usually end up liking something that a lot of others don't in a story. I'm not a popular person half the time. Though I know with the people that don't, there's also people that do, so I know there's others out there who also enjoyed it. I thought it was really creative. But again, you can watch the VOD for that. I recorded it all. Didn't you say you weren't very good at claw machines? Which one of us is actually being modest here? Oh, you did well, it seems. Also the cats. I remember the cats. You arrive at Antique Ink. I also love how they've kept all the names. Even though it's been so long, they still call it what it is. Yeah, Antique Ink. Dragging stacks of dolls. Clearly they were very popular with the cats. Maybe this is beginner's luck. We can pick out a few of our favourite plushies to take with us, and leave the rest for the cats as toys. I've already cleared it with Miss Ange. Aww. Yeah, Dreamseeker likes cats, after all. Alright, I also need to save one for Chenzu. Let me check which one feels the most fashionable. What about you, Yon? Chenzu? Oh. Does it ring a bell? Or do you not know? No, you don't know. You should have no memories. She is my senior at the Data Research Institute. Mature, reliable, and gentle. And composed. She flawlessly manages all of the Institute's affairs. Even though she sometimes enjoys seeing me helpless, I can confidently entrust everything to her. You sound like you really admire her. Well, it is her senpai. Of course, who wouldn't like a senior who can lend you a hand during hard times and needs to comfort you when you're troubled? I would be really happy if I could one day become someone my juniors aspire to be, just like Chenzu. Well, you can be happy now. Hmm? In this sweet dream, you were already my Chenzu. Aww. That's sweet. That's sweet, Lei. Also, yeah, there were other things I could mention that are also in Honkai Impact 3rd and the Solar System, but there's just too much to cover, honestly. It wouldn't do it justice. Thank you, my miraculously adorable Lei. It's almost evening. How about we head to one last place? Because I haven't finished the thesis work I planned for today. It's true. For this entire event, you are doing your thesis, while also doing other things. Are you sure I haven't muted? I have not muted. No, we're good. Alright, let's keep going. Okay, Dreamseeker, but before that, could you wait for a moment? Determined Lei. Huh? Where are you going? Where are you going? I'll come with you. It's okay. I know the way. It'll take a little while. Dream Seeker. See you in a bit. Is she about to vanish? Does she know she's gonna vanish? What's happening? Or is it someone else? No! The suspense! How's our resources going? Can I gather some? Nice. Two, 5. Before that, I think we should have a drink. Yeah, I'll get a drink. My throat needs some, yeah. See you in a bit. Right, we are back now. Thank you for waiting. I just had to have some... doing some bits, honestly. Some bits came up. Right, 2-5, let's go.
这就是你写不出论文时喜欢散心的地方吗？可这里还是安和大厦呀。
Right, yeah. Yes, that's fine. Okay. You're gonna do, like, the Oxia music. This way you come when you're unable to write your thesis. This is to enter his building, the anchor of apocalypse. Don't know why that's doing that. Hang on. There we are. Mm-hmm.
因为公寓和图书馆都在附近，当我彻底放空自己，回归状态后，很快就能去查阅资料，继续完成论文。
My apartment and the library are both nearby. Once I clear my head and get back into the zone, I can jump right back into research.
哇，又是论文。
Indeed, more thesis talk.
被研究和学业填满的生活，是不是听上去就很无趣？我没有办法像陈学姐一样兼顾生活与工作，在承担研究所的大量工作时，还能有精力挑战户外运动。
I like how they have given Dream Seeker again, like this background of, you know, being a student and a researcher, you know, the sea of data. Like, because of obviously chapter 1 to 3 in Langchu, you lost that a little. Not like lost it as a thing, but like, it felt a bit weird that she was just a student. And then you get like this type of stuff, and you know, the Feast in the Sea of Data event and some other bits, and it gives more time for that, like, side of her to shine. You know, that part of her life, that aspect. It is nice to see. It's also nice to see we get more Oxia as well. Because it was our starting point for part 2. Pretty much. Just a life filled with research and boring. I can't balance life and work the way Chenzu does. Even with everything in the institute, she still has energy for outdoor sports. Yep, we do know about that.
我的生活基本归于2点一线，当然没有光辉骑士、魔女小磊那样波澜壮阔、精彩纷呈。
I'll also say now, I've also quite... I have mixed feelings. I still love the Japanese voice acting, and I'm still going to stick to it because it's what I've stuck with for my whole journey, so it's kind of like a legacy thing at this point. And I still love anime so much, after all. And the Japanese language is very interesting. But I've also come to quite like Chinese as well, quite a bit as well, thanks to like, you know, some Donghua and stuff. That's Star Mage, the one I've been watching. I won't say it's like the best thing ever, but I've been enjoying it. But I'm glad I've been watching some other stuff like that, because it's nice to see other mediums. Just as I've also watched, like, you know, some, like, I don't know what's the term for it. But something like Blood of Zeus, I know that's not like an anime. But I'm enjoying that type of thing. I guess it's like called an adult cartoon, but like there's another term. Either way though, I really, really enjoyed that quite a bit as well, because like my mythology. I like anything as long as it's like unique enough and interesting enough and has enough things that I have interest in. But I have been exploring other mediums. I still love anime probably the most out of all of it, obviously. But I have been doing some donghwas as well. They've been really good. I definitely more, I think, prefer anime and donghwas to the other stuff like I was saying before. It's a preference thing though, not speaking objectively. The same as I'm not really a movie person. I don't watch a lot of live action films, it's just not really for me. You watch a good movie called Belle though, that was quite good. I enjoyed that. That was an anime movie, though, to be clear. Anyway, back to the point. So at times in my time I have listened to like some of the Chinese voice acting. And I like that I get to experience it for the events now. So now I'm not as bothered now and it's not voicing JP. It's actually nice to get a bit of both worlds. But I know preference-wise I really like Japanese. I also know that miHoYo is a Chinese like company at the end of the day, and they're also inspired by anime. You know, and otaku like stuff. And also science and history and a lot of other things in different cultures. So at times I like to obviously pick the one that feels like it respects them the most, but I don't want to take an angle that feels that way because I think both does. And even English dubs in their other games still is, you know, it's still part of their stuff. I'm just not a big fan of English dubs because it's the language I speak, I hear it very often, and again, I like hearing a language I don't hear very often. But if I did live in Japan or China, maybe I'd like it. I don't know. It's all preference after all. But I really do like, yeah, Dreamseeker's Chinese voice is really well done. And because I've started watching like donghwas. For some reason the wrong term, but when I looked it up, that does seem to be the term you use for that type of stuff. I've been really enjoying like hearing a different language again. Because I think I did get to, I heard a lot of Japanese, like anime Japanese, obviously not the same as Japanese, very different, I'm aware. But it is nice to hear different cultures. I've even heard like in Limbus Company, I've been enjoying some Korean as well. I've not played it on stream, because it's more a game for, like off stream for me. Not played it loads, but what I did experience, it was another like language I don't get to hear often. I did hear a bit of Korean with Genshin, because I did like try Raiden Shogun's voice in like every different language. But it's just really cool hearing a different language that I'm not used to, or, you know, isn't something I hear a lot. Anyway, let's continue for now. My life's pretty much just back and forth between 2 points. Nothing like the grand adventures of the glorious night or which lay. It's supposed to represent you in a way?
那你喜欢这样的生活吗，寻梦者？
I think she does. I think Dreamseeker does love this type of life. Yes, yes, Slay. I would say so.
我吗？我很喜欢。虽然每次跟别人说起我在做什么，似乎也只有做研究、写论文，但其实我还是有许多让我觉得就这样生活下去也不错的瞬间，真的。
Let me just double check something. Me. Yeah, I do. When I talk about it, it probably just sounds like research and writing papers. But honestly, there are many moments that make it all feel worthwhile. Let me just double check a term. It's the Donghua thing again. I have been told it is what I've said. Let me check. I want to be getting the culture wrong on this. I'm gonna give it the respect it deserves. I've already looked this up before, but it's just not something as I'm sure on with like anime, so I have to check. Donghua. Yeah, the Donghwas. I do need to watch maybe some of the 3D ones as well. I'm interested in those. I know there's also a lot of themes of like cultivation, and I've been enjoying some of that bit. And also, I wouldn't even have really got into that theme without Honkai Impact 3rd. You know, like Li Sushang, Fuwa, you know, the Seven Disciples, stuff like that. Chi, you know, being Honkai energy, but, you know, in the east. In the west being called Honkai energy, I think something like that. Like, it's very interesting, the world building with it, and yeah, Chi and Honkai energy, and cultivation. And I've seen it in some Donghua, actually. In some anime as well, honestly, but like, I got more interested in it thanks to, I think, Honkai Impact 3rd. I was a little down when I had looked into it quite a bit. They hadn't... I mean, I still want the rest of the Shattered Sword visual novel, to be honest, and I still want a bit more stuff for Fuwa and Li Sushang, and Otto back then, 500 years ago, and just stuff like that. Like, I do want more of those themes. It does interest me. Fuxi and Nuwa. You've also got, like, you know, the Yellow Emperor, or, you know, Jishuanyan. Jishuanyan. They're based off the Yellow Emperor, so at least, no, actually, they were called the Yellow Emperor, actually, I'm pretty sure, in the manga. The husbandman Shenong. Not I know too much about that, obviously, that one, but I did learn about that name as well. Shenong, obviously, in Honkai Impact 3rd. Yeah, I don't know the mythologies that well, and I understand why they had to push away from some of the stuff, because I don't know the full reason. I've heard some of it's to do with censorship, some of it's to do with, like, you know, like, Fuwa's called a Celestial and stuff. I know someone, like, I know there's been a mix on some things for some people, but it's hard to say what's been a full mix, because at the end of the day, everyone's got different viewpoints. And I know different countries have to stick to certain things, obviously, but some stuff is just speculation, obviously. But I'm aware China have some quite, they have to follow quite a lot. So I understand why they probably have to push away from some things. But I actually quite like Jishuanyan. Quite like them. I quite liked a lot of the Chinese themes and stuff they had going in Honkai Impact 3rd. Not saying it's not there still, to be clear. I'm just saying I quite liked those bits of the stories, because it was another thing to be like interested in, along with the other mythologies they do as well, or cultures as well. It's not always just mythos or mythologies. It's also just cultural things, where it's food, civilizations, so on. It's just very interesting. It's like it's been like a bit of windows to like other worlds in a way, or different things. Me, yeah, I do. When I talk about it, it probably just sounds like research from writing papers. But honestly, there are so many moments that make it all feel worthwhile.
比如，努力多日的课题突然有了灵感，一直令我忐忑不安的论文在交稿时被游泳老师和陈学姐表扬。
Yeah, there we are. Head sliding. Okay. Like when a problem I've been stuck with, on for days, suddenly clicks. Or when a thesis I've been stressing over finally gets praise from Professor Yuyon and Chenzi.
当然，除了研究外，还有帮安杰小姐抓回逃跑的调皮猫咪，和叶尾先生一起见证彩虹玫瑰开花，启发斯威特小姐研制出新甜品。
And outside of research, helping Miss Ange track down her runaway cat, watching rainbow roses bloom with Mr. Yahweh, or inspiring Miss Sweet to create a new dessert. Again, yeah, this feels like the Dream Seeker from the Feast and the Sea of Data stuff. Or very similar. But again, it's probably also a Dream Seeker that probably hasn't managed to do what our Dream Seeker in the main story has done. Don't know how to word it, because they're all kind of, you know, versions in a way of Dream Seeker. And you have the whole Layla thing as well, but it's very interesting. But they're all their own characters in a way as well. Again, this still could be the Dream Seeker we know of, and they're just not giving us the same design they've had. I don't know, it just reminds me of the Feast and the Sea of Data one, because the way they're speaking about some people. That's not to say Dream Seeker doesn't care about the others as well, she very much does. And outside of research, helping Miss Ange track down her runaway cat, watching roses bloom with rainbow roses bloom with Mr. Yahweh, inspiring Miss Sweet to create a new dessert.
那这样的生活就一点也不无趣，对吧？你已经像光辉骑士、魔女小磊一样，踏上了属于自己的征途，去拯救身边的世界。
A life like that isn't boring at all, right? You've already set out on your own journey, just like the glorious night in which lay, in your own way. You're saving the world around you. I thought indirectly this event's like being symbolic or talking about things. I am sure the Witch Lay is supposed to represent Layla. Glorious Night's a harder one. I can't tell, it's supposed to be Dream Seeker, Letost, Helia, or just like the idea of a Shadow Knight or a God's Knight. I don't know who the Glorious Knight's supposed to represent. I feel like Witch Lay is Layla though. Considering also this, like, you know, defang of, I'd say Layla, or girl, you know, is also calling herself, which is calling herself Lay, based off the movie she watched.
You
could say that.
寻梦者，等我梦醒之后，我还会记得你吗？
Dream Seeker, when I wake up from this dream, I still remember you. Also, I'm sure people aren't aware, the reason I keep calling them Dream Seeker is that is what they've been called. Like, even in the actual, like, Japanese, you will hear, like, the term, and it isn't entropy, it is just Dream Seeker. And even the characters literally, like the NPC Vincent, or like Baiji, they call them Dream Seeker. And they say, others saying, did my neighbor there just call you Dream Seeker? So we know they're calling them Dream Seeker. You can put any name you want after all, but I'm not a self-inserter, so I didn't do that. And I don't want all my screenshots to say glyphic. That would hurt me as a lore fan. For me, not saying anything wrong with having it. It makes it look, it feels more official. If you were to talk about lore, you wouldn't be saying, ah yes, glyphic when they did it. No, you'd say entropy or Dream Seeker, but you can't fit Dream Seeker. I even tried at the time. Dream Seeker, when I wake up from this dream, I still remember you. Probably not.
梦醒之后
When you wake up. You said it's a dream.
书上说，人很难将梦里的事情完整的想起来。即使我不知道自己能否想起与你共度的时光，我也应该在过程中努力记住它。
The book said it's hard to remember dreams clearly, even if I forget the time we spent together. I still want to hold on to it as much as I can. Well, I'm still here.
所以，寻梦者，我准备了一份礼物，希望你会喜欢。
So, Dream Seeker, I made you something. I hope you like it. What did you make?
因为我想要
Because I want to
永远记住今
remember
天。
today forever.
我也是。
Me too.
原来你说自己要去一个地方，是特意去餐厅寻找谜题卡，帮我兑换光辉骑士的最后一话。谢谢你，我骑几班可爱的小磊。
No, I'm going to have to play that again. Alrighty, I'll play it again on the next line. Give me a minute. So... No, it's fine. I'll just click and then I'll play it after.
那是因为我也非常想知道漫画的结局。
原来你说自己要去一个地方，是特意去餐厅寻找谜题卡，帮我兑换光辉骑士的最后一话。谢谢你，我奇迹般可爱的小磊。
So when you said you had somewhere to go, you actually went to the restaurant to find the puzzle card and trade it in for the final volume of The Glorious Night for me. Thank you, my Marex the cute lay. Why does it feel like you've become Senadia for this instance? But that's a role. That's weird. Interesting though. That's because I really wanted to know how the comic ends. Too. I see. Let me just vanish off the screen so you can actually see things a bit better. Let's continue. So sweet.
哪里有连第一册都没看过，反而要从结局读起的读者呢？故意说自己想要某样东西，却是为了向别人施以援手。看来你也学会这个技巧了。
The idea of skipping reminds me of the idea of skipping sectors in Part 2's story. I'm sure we'll see them one day. I understood the point of moving past them and trying to show the focus on the future, not everything in the past. But I really want to see those sectors. And I'm sure one day we'll see them. Also, I'm not up to date, so there's a good chance we'll see them in, the next few chapters that we're on. What kind of reader skips the first volume and jumps straight to the ending, saying you want something just to help someone else? Looks like you've picked up that trick.
才没有！我后悔了，寻梦者。我决定，你只有答对谜题才能收获漫画书。
I didn't. I changed my mind. Dream Seeker, you can only get the comic if you solve the puzzle.
好啊，我接受你的挑战。
Alright, challenge accepted. Very playful, big sister and then little sister. So it's very cute. I say that because of obviously how, Lei has wanted to, said what they said to Dream Seeker, saying they were their big sister. That was really sweet. Mm. Alright, challenge accepted.
我承载你所有的重量，听到你每一次心跳。从你学走路时，我就在支撑你；在你沉默时，我依然聆听。我是什么？
That's an interesting question that feels very related to everything. I carry all your weight. I hear your every heartbeat. I've supported you since your very first steps. And I shall listen when you fall silent. What am I? Shadow. I will try the other answers in future as well. Shadow.
是我。这一次猜谜是我赢了。作为胜者，我决定你要留下这本漫画，成为我的前情提要讲解员。
I gathered it could be me as well. I just want to press Shadow. It's me! This round I win. As the victor, I hereby declare you'll be keeping this comic and serving as my recap narrator.
谢谢你，小磊。我会好好珍惜这本漫画，和你一起见证光辉骑士的大结局。虽然我还没有问过你喜不喜欢这本漫画前面的故事。
Thank you, Lei. I'll treasure it. We'll watch the finale of the glorious night together. I never actually asked if you liked the earlier parts. Well, I don't want to find out.
因为你喜欢，所以我应该会喜欢。
If you like it, I think I will too. Not necessarily, though.
这怎么能当做理由呢？我问的是你自己的感受。
That doesn't really count. I'm asking how you feel.
可是，我就是你呀。
But I am you. Oh, she knew all along. Though I still feel like this is probably more to do with the defang stuff and isn't actually the device, but we'll see. But I am you.
我是以你为数据集，通过游云老师的仪器拟合而成的数据模型。我在图书馆里看到了记述他相关想法的论文，这可比一场美梦更能解释我身上发生的事情了。
I'm a model fitted to your dataset by Professor Yuan's device. I found a paper in the library describing her ideas. It explains what's happening to me far better than calling it a sweet dream.
我是以你为蓝本的拟合模型，一点谜题怎么会难倒聪明可靠的寻梦者呢？
I'm modeled after you. How could a simple riddle like this? How could a simple riddle like this wouldn't defeat the smart and capable dream seeker? I'm still skeptic.
抱歉，小磊，我不知道该怎么跟你讲数据模型的事情，所以，我选择欺骗了你。我向你道歉。
I'm sorry, Lei. I didn't know how to explain the matter of a data model to you. So I chose to lie. I'm sorry.
不用道歉呀，寻梦者。即使我是数据模型，你也像你崇拜的陈学姐照顾你一样，细心的照顾着我，将我看作你的好朋友。
You'd have to apologize, Dream Seeker. Even if I'm just a data model, you've taken care of me the same way Chenzu, whom you look up to, takes care of you. You've treated me like a real friend.
虽然不知道数据模型能保留多久的记忆，但我今天真的很开心。
I don't know how long a data model's memories can last. I'm really happy today.
我也很开心。放心，只要有仪器在，数据模型就能补充能量。当你从休眠的梦中醒来后，你依然会记得我们一起度过的时光。
Me too. Don't worry. As long as the device's running models can keep replenishing energy, when you wake up from this dormant dream, you'll still remember everything we shared. Data can still carry memories. So they just need to replenish energy. That's true. They did say at the start of the event, didn't they? Her eyes lit up happily at once at what you said. And this book thing here is very like what she did in chapter 10, part 2.
你果然和我一样聪明稳重，拥有很强的适应力。用陈学姐的话说，就算我睁开眼发现自己到了陌生的世界，我应该也能很快的融入进去。
Really are just like me. Calm, reliable, quick to adapt. As Chenzi would say, even if I woke up in a completely unfamiliar world, I'd find my footing in no time. Indeed.
你怎么突然开始自己夸自己了？
The irony of what Dreamseeker was saying a minute ago. Why are you suddenly praising yourself?
因为我们本来就很棒，对吧？那么聪明稳重、适应力一流的小磊，要不要和我一起看光辉骑士的最终之战？
It's just like how much Dreamseeker again shows how much they love, data life forms. They care about this type of thing. Because we are amazing, right? So Miss Calm, reliable with top-tier adaptability. Shall we watch the final battle of the glorious night together? That sounds like a fantastic plan.
可你刚才还说要赶快写论文，不然就完不成今天的计划，会被DDL吃掉。你怎么能贪玩呢？我们还是等你做完作业再看吧。
Even the DDL thing for deadline. I see what you're doing, miHoYo. But didn't you just say you need to finish your thesis or you'll miss today's plan and get swallowed by the deadline? You shouldn't slack off now. Let's wait until you're done.
为什么你看起来比我还在意我的论文？这下真的实现了自我监督。好吧，愉快的一天当然不能少了论文。我们一起回家吧。
Why do you sound even more concerned about my thesis than I am? I guess this really is self-supervision in action. Fine. No perfect day is complete without a thesis. Let's head home. Two 6 and 2 7 next. Let me have a look. I know we have these, but I don't want to waste these yet. What I'm trying to do is just build the resources and do all the stuff I need to do. I should probably, though, start doing some of this now. Feel like I'm doing this correctly. Yeah, because even if I upgrade, I can't upgrade it because I need more coins, and to get more coins, I need more resources. No, I'm doing it correctly. We're fine. Right, experiment log. Let's go to 2.6 now. Don't forget this. What a thing.
这里就是我住的地方，你不必拘束，就当做在自己家好了。
This is my place. Make yourself comfortable. We need to hold back.
对了，我还要向你介绍一下这位老师，他是根据游云老师的数据拟合出的数据模型，目前也住在我家里。
I thought she was staying with you. I thought she just vanished. Along with the Ababays, or not Ababays, but you know what I mean. Alright, let me introduce you. This is another professor. She's a data model fitted from Professor Yuan's dataset. She's staying here for now.
老师好。
Hello, Professor.
哦，竟然是小号的寻梦者，来老师这里让我摸摸头。唉，真可爱，不像寻梦者，偏偏比我高出那么多，伤透了老师的心。
What? That's the actual one. That's not the same one. I know the model difference. Oh, a mini dream seeker. Come here, let me pat your head. It's so cute. Unlike the dream seeker I know, who just had to grow taller than me and break her professor's heart.
等等，你怎么不但用游泳老师的仪器，还穿人家衣服？
Wait, you're not just using Professor Yuan's device, you're even wearing her clothes. It's a different Yu-Yun. One from Oxia.
那又如何？既然要研究天才游云创造的仪器，当然要将代入感贯彻到底了。
She's dressing herself up, okay. I was confused for a minute then. Okay, fair enough. Well, so what? If I'm studying, it might still be her, to be honest. If I'm studying a genius creation, I might as well fully immerse myself in the role.
“好理直气壮的口气。先不说衣服的事，这堆零食袋是怎么回事？我明明给你叫了甜蜜舌尖的外送，并附带一则留言，说我晚点回家。
That's quite the confidence. Forget the outfit for a second. What's with all these snap bags? I ordered delivery from Sweet Tooth for you, and even left a message saying I'd be home late.
寻梦者，难道数据研究所克扣了你的经费与补贴？吃你点薯片还要跟我斤斤计较？
I want you to eat healthily. Huh? Dreamseeker, did the Institute slash your funding or something? Dreamseeker, did the Institute slash your funding or something? You're really going to fuss over a few bags of chips?
我不是这个意思，这些薯片是我上个期末周为了通宵复习囤积的零食，但在考完后我就把它们和知识一起忘掉了。希望薯片还在保质期内。
She's worried about her health because they might have expired. Uh-oh. That's not what I meant. These are leftovers from finals week. I stocked them up for all-nighters, but after the exams, I forgot about them along with everything I studied. I just hope they haven't expired, always caring about others.
你的论文压力就这么大吗？我是说白鹿游云，学术界的标杆，无与伦比的天才，他就这么可怕？
You even done her hair the same way. How do you... You probably saw a photo, maybe. Is your thesis really that stressful? I mean, Bailu Yuyun, the academic benchmark, the imperial genius. Is she really that terrifying?
倒也不必加那么多形容词。
You don't need that many titles.
我乐意。作为天才的数据模型，我与有荣焉。不过，既然我有与他相同的脸，不如你干脆对我一吐而快，痛斥白鹿幽云对你的压迫，怎么样？
That's not the kind of thing Dreamseeker would do, but it's an interesting idea if you're doing it to a variant of Bailu Yuyan. I do. As a data model of a genius, I share in the glory. Besides, since I've got a face, why don't you just vent to me? Go on, complain about how Bailu Yuyan's been putting pressure on you.
我
Hi.
哎呀，没事儿，说吧说吧，说出来你就能轻松一点，反正他也听不见。
But if this is just her, I really am unsure. Come on, it's fine. Say it out loud. You'll feel better. Besides, she's not here to hear it anyway.
那好吧。
All right then. Is it hubba? Is it all right in Chinese? I think. Sounds like it. The moment he finally agreed to open up, she lighted up with excitement. So much that she completely forgot to double-check the chip's expiration date with keen interest. She pulled Lei onto the sofa, ready to snack while listening. She's gonna have an upset tummy later. Those are definitely expired.
来来来，台下何人状告本白鹿幽云？
All right. Who dares step forward and accuse this Bailu Yuyan?
我该从哪里说起呢？
I don't even know where to start. It's quite hard for Dreamseeker, I think.
来来来，台下何人状告本白鹿幽云？
那好吧。
Is it hubba? I don't even know where to start.
什么？你竟然还准备分门别类列个目录？他到底有多坏呀？就从他怎么欺负你的开始说吧。
What? You're actually going to organize it and make an outline? How bad am I? I mean, how bad is she? Fine. Start with how she bullies you. She really bully her though, huh?
哦，好。他最喜欢布置天马行空的课题，让人百思不得其解。我只能废寝忘食的啃文献、写研究方案，结果还不如他随口说的2句提醒有用，令我非常挫败。
Oh, well, she loves assigning these wildly imaginative research topics. Yeah, I remember you saying this to the other guy before. They make no sense at all. I end up skipping meals and sleep just to dig through papers and draft proposals. And in the end, it's still not as helpful as a couple of casual hints from her. It's really discouraging.
哦，那很坏了。
That's pretty bad. I'm still unsure if it's just her.
他有几次心血来潮开讲座，可讨论的主题过于生僻复杂，根本没人能听懂。明明是他突发奇想要讲课，却担心提问环节无人捧场，所以总要第一个提问我。
You got a lot to say, I guess, Dreamseeker. Let it out. And sometimes she suddenly decides to give a lecture, but the topics are so obscure and convoluted that no one understands anything, even though it's her own idea. She worries no one will ask questions. So she always calls on me first.
可是他说了什么我也听不懂啊。
But I don't understand a word she's saying either. I think I get maybe 50 to 30% of what she says. I definitely do struggle. I really like what Balin talks about. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's a goal to strive to try and learn.
哦，
Outrageous.
他一做起实验就发狠了，忘情了，将草稿纸和数据表扔得到处都是，最后还要在纸堆里像只小仓鼠一样翻来翻去，但还某个数据长腿跑了。
When she runs experiments, she goes completely overboard. Totally immersed drafts and data sheets everywhere. In the end, she's rummaging through piles like a little hamster, shouting that some data has grown legs and run off. I could see her saying that, yes.
他就是在等着我看不下去他凌乱的实验室，然后我就不得不出手帮他整理。
She's basically waiting for him to snap and clean up the mess for her, and always fall for it.
这就是你的问题了，谁让你看不下去的？
That sounds like a you problem. Who told you to care? Yeah, I was wondering, is it her, or is this also just going to be the fact that even if this isn't her, does she actually see it as that bad of a thing? Or is she now saying this in the sense of, that sounds like a you problem that you've done that, you know, who told you to care? I'm conflicted between 3 ideas there.
我？好吧，我的问题。
Me, alright? Fine, that's on me.
确实，你的问题。来，接着说，他还有其他罪行吗？你的老师听起来问题很大呀，简直是不可饶恕，对吧？
Exactly, your problem. Go on, any other charges? Your professor sounds like a menace with a lot of problems. Completely unforgivable, right? I wouldn't say completely unforgivable, but you know.
虽然游泳老师有那么多问题，但最大的问题就是让我成为他的学生。
Even with all those problems, the biggest problem is letting me become her student.
因为我总是不自信，经常做不好课题，大概率无法让你在学术界青史留名，却很容易令你在教育界身败名裂。但你还是让我成为了你的学生。
Yes, well, they gained their confidence. You've been singing Chapter 11, Part 2. I lack confidence. I mess up my research all the time. But it won't make you immortal in academia. It could easily ruin your reputation as a professor. Even so, you still chose me as your student.
以为这么说我就会怕吗？我就是要教你，再复杂的课题，只要你想学，我就要教。啊，你不想学我也要教，还要教的你问鼎学界。
It's definitely her. You think that scares me? I'll teach you anyway. No matter how difficult the research project, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. Even if you don't, I'll still teach you. And I'll teach you until you stand at the very top of the academic world.
哎，等等，你刚才是不是说了你？
Wait, hold on. Did you just say you?
作为学术界的标杆，无与伦比的天才，白鹭游云的学生，我当然不好骗了，对吧，游云老师？
Yeah, I thought it was her. Man, they really had me going for a minute though. It was like, different model. No, but maybe, yeah, Jin's clothes. No, that doesn't make sense. As the student of the academic benchmark, the one and only genius, Bailu Yuyan. I'm not that easy to fool, am I, Professor Yuyan?
竟然用拐弯抹角夸我的方式，让我失去了一切反驳的力气与手段，而我竟然只能毫无防备的全盘接受。
using a roundabout compliment to shut me down completely, and I can't even argue back. I'm forced to accept it.
是呀，
Exactly. Yeah, sheer as well. Sheer and hubba. I hear quite a bit.
别太得意了，徐梦哲。我只是在这么可爱的小孩子面前给你留点面子。小朋友，你说徐梦哲这样骗我，是不是太坏了？我们是不是应该拿眼睛去瞪他？
Don't get too smug, Dreamseeker. I'm just letting it slide in front of such a cute kid. Hey, little one, don't you think Dreamseeker's being kind of mean? Pulling a trick like this? Shouldn't we glare at her together?
明明是你先骗寻梦者的。
When yourself agrees with you. Or part of yourself. Or a version of yourself. You're the one who lied to Dreamseeker first.
哇，你这小鬼这么快就跟他一伙了？这让我伤心。
Well, you switched sides that fast. That hurts. Well, it is. They are based off Dreamseeker. Well, you know, the data riff thing, but...
尤云老师，你这次来我家是想要问一下我的论文进展吗？我去给你拿我昨天记录的数据。
Professor Yuyan, did you come by to check on my thesis progress? I'll go grab the data I recorded yesterday.
停！我只是办事回来，顺道来看看我可爱的弟子。你不许给我增加多余的工作量。
Stop right there. I just stopped on my way back from work to check on my adorable student. You are not giving me extra work. But it's for the thesis. The thesis you propose? You know, you could help her with.
太好了，我还以为你是来给我新增其他课题需求的。
That's a relief. I thought you were here to pile on more tasks.
我们在彼此心中都这么过分吗？
Are we really that terrible in each other's eyes? We?
没有没有，不过我倒是有个问题，尤云老师也使用过这台全息数据智能拟合仪吗？你的拟合数据模型，那位老师他跑去哪里了？
That wasn't the data model, was it? As I thought. Neither is the lay, is it? No, but I do have a question. Have you used the holographic data intelligent fitting device before, Professor Yuyan? Your data model, the other professor, where did she go? Or was it just an illusion of a sea of data and only you could see them?
没错，我在研究所自测了一下仪器，谁能想到它会刷新到你家门口？我还以为仪器出了问题，结果当然是虚惊一场。我就说我的仪器相当有质量保障。
No, I wanted Yuyan to meet Yuyan. It would be really cool, please. That's right, I tested the device at the Institute. Who would have thought it would spawn right at your doorstep? I almost thought something went wrong. But it turned out to be a false alarm. As expected. My device is perfectly reliable.
“至于那个以我为原型的拟合数据模型，
As for that data model based on me...
哼哼，他呀，当然是兴高采烈地回到了自己该回的地方，补充数据能量了。
Her? Of course she happily returned to where she belongs to recharge her data energy. So returned back to the Sea of Data, I assume, or went back for the rift somehow? Sea of Data rift? Go back to the R&D thing, maybe? What happened? No! I want to know. 2-7 then. A memory that was anything but happy. The moment rewound to just before Dreamseeker opened the door.
嗯，果然没错，我就知道我的仪器不会出问题。
Oh, just as I thought, my device works flawlessly. She has returned with the spotlight. I don't fully remember where this is from, this track. I like it though. Here's in some events.
这下真是撞大运了，在人家学生家里骗吃骗喝，还一开门就遇到本人。除了做了半辈子的成果，在发表前1分钟得知已有人提出，想不出更糟糕的时刻了。
Oh yeah, that shot in her voice is not of a side to you. Yeah. This is the worst look imaginable, sneaking into a student's home to freeload snacks. Only to run into the real owner at the moment the door opens. The door, you say? The only thing worse I can think of is finding out your life's work has already been published by someone else, a minute before your own paper. Ah, the irony.
你为什么不能安静的吃薯片，然后装作家里无人？难道你认为寻梦者又给你叫了好吃的点心外送？
Why couldn't you just quietly eat your chips and pretend no one was home? Did you think Dreamseeker ordered more desserts for you? Potentially.
冤枉啊！他这个高度，我从猫眼里根本看不出外面还站着个人。再说了，难道你就没吃点心吗？
That's not fair at her height. I couldn't even see someone outside through the peephole. And besides, don't act like you didn't eat any snacks either. Now I'm confused. Huh? Oh, yourself, yeah. I wonder if it's going to be a similar Sele thing. I don't think it is, though. It feels like it generally is like to do with an imaginary friend. Or another voice in the head, or maybe another personality or something. Or a representation of like her worries. Or skepticism also. The voice in your head.
过去的事情就让它过去吧。现在重要的是什么？是解决它。
What's done is done. Yeah, inner other. Yeah, speaker. What's done is done. What matters now is dealing with her.
解决？你是说？
Dealing with her? You mean... I haven't been killing her. You can't kill yourself. Isn't that your actual other self? Or do you mean working with her?
你想到哪里去了？我是说，既然你和游云长得一模一样，不如……
There's no way you can act better than the other Yu-Young. Don't try this. Where did your mind go? I mean, since you look exactly like Yu-Young, why not? The you here is the play is like so fitting. Which you?
不如取而代之，成为真正的白鹿游云，管他顶刊外刊还是外星人的刊，用你无敌的学术成果全都发表一遍。
Why not take her place and become the real Bailu Yu-Young? Top journals, international journals, even alien journals. I'm interested what you mean by that. Publish everything with your unrivaled research. Now this is Honkai. I love all the little Yu-Youngs here.
数据研究所的领航人，欧夏学术史上的明珠，从此以后非你莫属。意下如何？
She's trying to find a replacement. The leader of the Data Research Institute. The crown jewel of Oxy's academic history. That will be you from now on. What do you say? I can't believe you're doing this, Professor. How could you do this to Yuyan? Yuyan, how could you do this to Yuyan like this? What? How did you... Can all the Yuyans also be in the inner voice of the Yuyan? Fascinating. You must study this phenomena.
我怎么能进入你的内心世界？哈哈，这世上还有聪慧、勇敢、可爱、迷人的天才，白鹿游云破不了的心之壁吗？哼哼。
You fascinate me. That's interesting. That could make for some very interesting interactions in the future, potentially. How can I step into your inner world? Aha! Tell me. Is there any inner wall a genius like Bailu Yuyan, brilliant, fearless, and charming, can't break through? No. I love the spotlight's moving through as well. Like shifting the different actors to the different Yuyans. To the you on stage. I've come to love that name Yuyan even more now. Oh, that's so narcissistic. And egotistical. I mean, she's like partly agreeing. She's considering it.
哦，我懂了。
Oh, I see now. You've been found out, Yuyan. Yuyan has figured you out. Other Yuyan.
因为你也经常进入内心世界跟你的幻想朋友对话，所以你才会出现在这里。我说的没错吧？白鹿游云。
You show up here because you often wander into your own world and chat with imaginary friends, don't you? I'm right, aren't I? Bye, Lu Yuyan. She's got you figured out. I like how by looking at the different Yuyans, we also get to learn more about Yuyan at the different points. And how you can even recognize. It's so interesting.
胡说！我欧夏学术界最高的山、最长的河，才不会做那么幼稚的行为。回到大人的话题，我刚才的提议让你成为真正的游云，你觉得怎么样？
Nonsense. I, the highest peak and longest river in Oxy's academic world, would never do something so childish. Back to the point. What do you think of my proposal of making you the real Yuyan?
哼，我还不了解你吗？用可怜兮兮的表情提出诱人的交易，实际上在心中暗自窃笑，嘻嘻，又上当了吧，大笨蛋！哼，你在谋划什么？ 又想得到什么？
Do you really think I don't know you? Putting on that pitiful face, offering a tempting deal, or secretly laughing to yourself? Got tricked. Again, you fool. What are you playing this time? What do you want? She is you after all, so like, Yuyan knows what Yuyan knows. You can imagine just someone watching the VOD back in the future. They're hearing what I'm saying and like looking at the screen. But this is why I like Sele. This is why I like any character like has more than one version of themselves. You know, actually has like an interaction. Then the layers to that and how they're similar but different. Like I said before, like I love this type of stuff so much. Seeing them converse with each other is just interesting.
天哪！
I love her
你果然和我
mannerisms.
一样冰雪聪明。没错，我是在谋划。毕竟，作为欧夏独一无二的天才，白鹿游云生活在这个世界上，真的是一件非常非常辛苦的事情啊。
My, you really are just as sharp as I am. That's right. I am plotting something after all. being the one and only genius of Oxia, Bailu Yuyan, is a very, very exhausting thing. He wants to escape.
啊，好生硬的感慨和转折啊！
That transition was painfully forced.
所以，我就为我们想了一个两全其美的办法。你以后来负责出席游云的应酬、讲座、会议等一切对外事项，你觉得怎么样？
Won't she just want to replace herself? What is your logic here? So I came up with a win-win solution for us. How about from now on, you take care of all of Yuyan's external duties, social events, lectures, conferences, everything. What do you say? I think you're crazy and I don't think we can do this. Crazy in a jokey way, to be clear. I love them. I love Yuyan.
这么多事都按我头上，那你负责干什么？
Well, if it gets stuck to me, then what exactly are you doing? Then what exactly are you doing? I like a tail showing here. That's cool. Just don't know what these are, though. Your little antlers, or horns, or coral wreath. Why haven't you got it?
我当然是为了欧夏的明天专心研究啊！你放心，那些活动就是走个过程，让大家看一看我这张可爱的脸。相信，哦，有所长在，肯定没问题。
You know that's a lie. Me? Naturally, I'll be focusing on research for the future of Oxia. Of course, relax. Those events are just formalities. People just need to see this lovely face and think, ah, with the director here, everything's under control.
不公平！凭什么你有时间做研究，我要帮你当吉祥物啊？可恶！我要向寻梦者揭发你作为所长消极怠工，我要给你互换角色。
That's not fair. Why do you get to do research while I play mascot? This is unacceptable. I'm reporting you to Dream Seeker for dereliction of duty. I demand a role swap. That is fair.
哈哈哈！你上当了。 研究所的所长白鹿游云根本不会有所事，只要我一句不响，就可以甩给陈雪和寻梦者。
You really fell for that? Bailu Yuyan, director of the institute, doesn't deal with trivial matters at all. One, I don't feel like it, and everything gets handed off to Chenzu and the Dream Seeker. Got confused for a minute when pronouncing that because I saw the word entropy, but it's just saying Dream Seeker again because what we said before. I do love her mannerisms though, and I love having a conversation between two Yuyans.
你连这些事都不了解，拿什么举报我？又拿什么取得他们的信任，与我互换角色？
You don't even understand how things work. What are you going to report me for? And how exactly do you plan to gain their trust and switch places with me? But you're the one who suggested switch places.
竟然毫不留情地将不喜欢的事情甩给可怜的学生，并毫无负担地引以为傲。成为白鹿游云真的是……
So you casually dump everything you don't like onto your poor students, and you're proud of it? Becoming Bailu Yuyan. I don't think you want to be that, I'm guessing. That's what you're saying. This reminds me of Hellion Revenge Spirits conversation. They were very different contexts and circumstances and situation and existence.
真的是太棒了！
Well, she is her, and based off her data models, so kind of hard to go against the grain, isn't it? really is amazing. Uh-oh. She's been corrupted! We must save her!
哦，果然英雄所见略同，我认可你的想法啦。你的确是能够与我对话的天才。哎，说起来，你刚才在看那本《世界连续统假说》吧？
Oh, as expected. Great minds think alike, I approve. You truly are a genius worth talking to. Actually, you were reading the World Continuum Hypothesis, weren't you? Yes, I'm sure, because it relates to a lot of her work back in Defeng. Well, this is the... Well, no, it's based off you, but this is like the Defeng version, or at least the appearance. And yes, you read that readable, and we're not reading that again.
我看了，怎么有问题吗？
I was. Why? Is there a problem?
有，我最近倒是对其中的一个问题得出了一些结论，正想找一位懂我的天才进行一番酣畅淋漓的交流。你说，还有比我自己更适合的人选吗？
We could never have enough Yuyuns. There is. I've recently reached some conclusions on one of its questions. I've been looking for a genius who could keep up for a proper exhilarating exchange of ideas. Tell me, who could be more suitable than myself?
你要剧透我研究结论？
You're going to spoil your conclusions for me? Do you want to still seek knowledge first?
是又如何？
And if I am? I don't know how Yoon feels. I don't know if this Yoon wants to, like, learn the conclusions for learning them herself and the journey of it, or would rather just get to continue furthering the research. Probably the latter, but I don't know. And if I am? I think she likes it, but I don't know.
不是的。
Yeah.
研究不是这样的。我应该因为某个奇思妙想翻遍资料，脑海里风起云涌，去百思不得其解，捶胸顿足，然后在意外时刻灵光一现，最后再演算得正。
Yeah, I thought that'd be a principle for her, but I wasn't sure in this case. No, that's not how research works. I should be chasing a spark of inspiration, digging through references, letting ideas surge and collide in my mind, struggling with our answers and agonizing over it until, in some unexpected moment, everything clicks. And only then do I prove it step by step. That's fair. I'm similar. With these games and stuff, but I do allow discussion. I do allow, like, looking at it together with someone, but I like to experience it first before discussing anything I haven't seen. Anything I haven't seen, obviously, I try and block out my mind unless it's needed for a conversation. Because I want to be blind, and I want to give as blind as a journey as possible.
我好不容易有点想法，你现在却要把结论直接摆到我面前，你怎么能这样做？我不接受。
Makes sense. I finally have a few ideas of my own, and now you just want to hand me the answer? How can you do that? I refuse. I appreciate her enthusiasm for learning.
哦，是吗？既然你不喜欢讨论世界连续统假说，关于其他问题，我还有一些结论证成无人能够对话。不如就在今日，你我二人激情碰撞观点，共襄科研圣举。
Oh, is that so? If the world continuum hypothesis doesn't interest you, I have conclusions on plenty of other topics. Just waiting for someone worthy to discuss them with. Why not today? Let's clash ideas and create a grand moment in research together. I would like to see your research and see your comparisons fully on some more new things. Or other things, I mean. Not new. Wrong word.
不许说，我不听，我不听。
Don't say it. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. It's like she's repelling the inner voice in her head as well, in her inner mind. Which of course is kind of what this is as well right now, but it's a different Yuyun instead of that. I won't be surprised that other inner mind is actually also to do like another herself or another like personality or something. Yeah, it seems to be more in the realm of imaginary friend though, or something to do with her own mind and a reflection of that, but we'll see. Don't say it, I'm not listening, I'm not listening! You don't get a say in this! True, Yu Young gets to say how Yu Young gets to do things. Vice versa though as well. That was really entertaining. In any case, that fitted model trained on my data absorbed a wealth of knowledge, then happily climbed back into the device, slipping into sleep mode to recharge in peace. So it still exists. Interesting. So it was unfitted model then. Okay, that confirms it then. But it's trained in your data, which also might be training on the possibilities of what you could have been in your life. So could still be like some essence of maybe D thing, maybe. What is Dreamseeker's thoughts on this? I'm just imagining like a fitted model like of you and just, you know, climbing into the device and stepping into sleep mode to recharge in peace. Again, it's just reminding me of chapter 10 part 2 a bit with the something consciousness, like, you know, thing with the Ababays. It does remind me like of stepping into a device. What's in your mind, dear student? Don't tell me you still doubt your professor's words. No, I was just wondering. The two Professor Yuans would talk about if they ever met. As expected, it would still come back to research. Little do you realise they just did, in the inner world. Of course, through sending that fitted data model back into the device. It costs me a bit of energy. Energy is in your own data? Interesting. So it did affect you. A variant of you. Very interesting. Okay. After all, hunger and drowsiness are only simulated sensations for them. And also for Dreamseeker a bit, but not this one. But yeah, I know what you mean. But replenishing energy is an absolute necessity for every model. Dreamseeker, you know what I mean, don't you? Yes. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll continue expanding the production lines in the external resource space and gather even more energy. Not happy while saying it, obviously. I'll redo that. Yes. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll continue expanding the production lines in the external resource space and gather even more energy. I want to help too. Such a good child. Relax, I invited Chenzo over to help you. Of course. Huh? But isn't Chenzo busy with the Institute's work? Exactly. Which is why your genius professor already came up with the perfect best of both worlds solution. You're gonna use the device now, aren't you? Oh my goodness, are we gonna get the other Chenzo as well? The one from Reimu. I'm sure that's what's gonna happen. Best of both worlds solution. I see what you did there, miHoYo. What's that? Well, I can only imagine. A secret. You'll find out first thing tomorrow morning. Alright then. Good night, my dear student, and dear student number 2 as well. Rest well, because tomorrow we're making a big move. Ooh. I don't know why that's not coming up. Oh, of course, it's delayed. Give me a minute. Let me quickly check before it vanishes. Oh great, I can't see. Thank you for subscribing, becoming a shard the mirror. I could not read the text because of the way the screen was, I apologise. Give me a minute to read your name. Why can't I full screen? Let me full screen. Oh... Alfardan? There's another letter maybe at the end there. But welcome. Thank you for finally becoming a shard the mirror. Do you also enjoy Honkai Impact 3rd? I know I do. I also enjoy other miHoYo games as well. The secret. You'll find out first thing tomorrow morning. Alright then. Good night, my dear student. And dear student number 2 as well. Rest well, because tomorrow we're making a big move. I just had another notification. Sorry for the delay. I know someone just did something because of the sound. Give me a minute. There's no notification for it though. I don't know why it didn't tell me what that was then, the little sound. But thank you for whatever the other sound meant. There should have been a notification for it if it was one of the ones that actually makes sense. Apologies. Feel free to type what happened. A secret you'll find out first thing tomorrow morning. Alright then. Good night, my dear student, and dear student number 2 as well. Rest well, because tomorrow we're making a big move. Alright. Goodbye, Professor. That was a really interesting section. Good night, Professor. I assume it's this last line. Good night. Oh, it's nighttime. That makes sense. Now what is that gonna mean? With Leia's help, you easily completed the thesis work you planned for today, and peacefully fell asleep. I like the background of the stars. Now it's just going to be here, okay. Next day. Early the next morning, a heavy knocking on the door jolted you upright in bed. Such a powerful knock. Could it be Kenzu? No, she would just walk right in. Could it be... I heard you need my help. I'm going to assume it's the other one. Kenzu? Yep, it's the one from Rainbow. Or at least the model is. And I assume is based off that history. Or era. Whichever you want to call it. Hey, how's it going? You've been playing this game for... 9 years? Why does the YouTube chat have to cover things? Sorry, let me read. Hey, how's it going? Been playing this game 9 years ago, lol. Ah, I see. Oh, I see now, it's Alpha Nunk. It's like a Q at the end. You've been playing for 9 years? Fair. I've been playing since 2021 October. So I've definitely not played it as long as you have. But I love the lore for the game. I also love miHoYo's other games as well. Honkai Impact 3's probably my favourite out of all of them. Not that I like having favourites. I assume you're up to date then on part 2 stuff? I don't know. I'm on chapter 11 part 2 and doing this event because it's time limited and I refuse to miss any events or lore. And I like to screenshot and archive stuff and so on, so on, so on. Otherwise, I would have played this event after chapter 12. But so far, it feels like it's only really talking about stuff from chapter 10 and a bit of chapter 11, because of obviously Yu-Gi-Oh! Yep, the day when it releases, version 1. Wow. That's impressive. Pretty cool game. It very much is. I love this game a lot. What parts do you enjoy, like in Honkai? I enjoy all sorts, obviously. I've been playing for 9 years. I especially like the visual novels, the mangas. Obviously, a lot of the story and the lore. I quite enjoy the cosmology as well. I enjoy variants. Enjoy a lot of previous era. I enjoy part 2 a lot. I like part 1.5 a lot as well. Part 1 was really good as well. There's a lot. I've done basically everything, but obviously part 2, which I'm on. Sister Chenzu, you catch on quick calling me sister. The moment you see me, it seems the situation is quite complicated, and you're in desperate need of a helping hand. Well, say no more. Well, unfortunately, I didn't know that she said sister, because this isn't voiced. And also, since it's in CN right now, I wouldn't know if it said sister. Now, it's in Japanese, I'd know it would say sister. But since it's not voiced outside of, CN, I'm on the CN right now for voice acting. I do like both CN and JP, like I said before. The girl laughed and gave you a firm pat on the shoulder. What a strong grip. But yeah, this Chenzu's more a fighter. The other one's more a scientist. But to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised the other one could fight as well. Dreamseeker, is this mature, reliable, gentle, and composed Chenzu you were talking about? No, Lei, this is a different one. But it is still Chenzu, I guess. Yeah. She's not so sure herself. It's very interesting that Dreamseeker doesn't seem to have their memories, and only seems to have, memories of Oxia. But we're seeing things from Reimu, Defeng, different eras. We're seeing different parts of, Luoxing's history here. From the data sets of, the variant, in a way. It's interesting. It's a very interesting device. You could also say she used asset and then doing something. I think it's a bit more than that, considering it keeps talking about data sets and then data models and stuff, considering the stuff of the quantum computer and so on. Yeah. Tell me, what do you need my help with? The peaceful methods fail to resolve it, and I'll switch to a direct method and beat the problem until it begs for mercy. I think you'd get along with Geosep, in Oxia, Chenzu. Don't know how the Data Institute would feel about you, though. Okay, that's 2-7, so that's done there. Claim. I thought that was 2-7. I thought we were on 2-6. Alright then, so that's 2-7 done. What album we at? Okay, we're at 3 CGs. There's still 2 left. Yeah, T's uplifting speech, remember today. Yeah, so now we'll focus on this. We're not going to switch to chapter 11 part 2 yet. I'm going to see how much progress I can make now with this. Right, so need to reach the engine to level 5. Need to get the prospect. Well, actually, that's a problem. I don't think we can. Yeah, because you have the prospect. I'll just continue doing chapter 11 then. I'm not going to get much more done at this rate today. For that. So just continue chapter 11 part 2. As the more I make it through this, the more the event feels like it makes sense that I've done it. Really enjoying a Master Atheists though. It's been really good. And yes, usually, if I could, I would have obviously played the rest of this first, and then obviously, up to chapter 12, and then do the event. But that wasn't an option, unfortunately.
逛逛街吧。
No, wait, no, I need to switch the language. Not that I don't like the Chinese, but I've literally been playing the entire game in Japanese, so I'm not going to obviously change that. Both are just as good as each other. There we are. Perish of the Void's just on the bridge to try and get the Chibi Law bio. Yeah, off we go. Yeah, let's find out more about the box. I want to find out more about the box of Memories in Time, or also the other name, the Sky Box as it's called, or something else. No, Box of the Sky, I think it is. You know the one Baiji called it and stuff. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what's going to happen with the box. Not long after. Is it going to repeat a bit? Okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to click through this a bit because yeah, okay. Love you all to bits, but let's I'm not listening to all this again. I'm not pressing skip either, obviously. I'm not risking it. Yeah, the director. Oh no, yeah. We're up to the bottom of the box. Move along. It's in the last VOD. I did like the director's design a bit, like I said. Yeah, how'd you come to this conclusion? Yeah. What's the eruption actually do, though? Firmly support you, Yun. Let's actually get to see what the eruption is now, because it didn't finish last time. I think it's the same thing. You extended your right hand and gently patted Yun's back. You watched she took a step forward on her own. Kind of the same. Yeah, it's kind of this the same. Yeah, presentation, you've earned it. Then they talk about it. Yeah. Some time later. Yeah, the balance. Yeah, passing grade, box. Yeah, the research took over from Lady Sanadia. Yep, we read this. We've checked that. You already clicked the picture. Right, let's continue. What is this button here? Okay, it's just a marvelous adventure. That's fine. And I can't speak to anyone, right? Let's make sure. Nope. Box time, I guess. Box of Memories in Time. That is its name, yes. Or at least the name you know of. Probability of defense destruction 100%. Is this the meaning of we have no future? Huh? What happened? See a data thing? I saw the red. Something's happened. Oh. Nahara and Sanadia. Okay. That isn't what I was expecting. Interesting. Give me a minute. Yeah, it looks like the goddess or god Sanadia. It doesn't look like the other one. Yeah, it said about 100%. Right, cool. Right, let's continue. Oh yeah, what does that say up there? Yeah, probability of defense destruction 100%. Yeah. This is the meaning of we have no future. You don't seem very good, Senator. Are you okay? There's a bit of memory, I feel. Or at least a section in the sea of data.
セナディア、これ以上、ホードと落星の未来に干渉すべきではない。君が彼らを導き、守るために努力すればするほど、災いはより早く訪れ、制御できなくなる。
I always appreciate to get more Nahara. I actually thought we weren't going to ever really see her much again after some of the defang. But actually, even before defang them, I mean, the trials of permanence. Senadia, you must stop interfering with the future of defang and Luoxing. The more you try to guide them, the more you try to protect them, the faster the tsunami/disaster will come. And the more uncontrollable it'll become. It's an inevitability. Okay. So she's just stopping the inevitable then. The disaster will happen, which makes sense. Okay. Interfering with the future. Do you mean the literal future in this sense, or do you just want me what would become the future? There's an important difference there.
ましてや、そんな体では何をしようとしても無謀としか言えない。私も人のことを言える立場ではないが。
Besides, your physical condition no longer allows you to do anything. Neither does mine. I like the boxes here.
Nana, わかってるよ。
Nana, I know.
私にはわからない。セナディア、あんなことがあったのに、なぜユーウンと約束を？
But I don't get it, Senadia. After something like this happened, why did you still agree to little Yuyun's request? You think Senadia still wants to try and help Luoxin? I'm interested why it's so inevitable, all of this stuff. Outside of what's been said, obviously, which makes sense.
あの子はご両親にそっくりな強い目をしてるの。それにあの子はセナお姉さんって呼んでくれるっていう約束を守ってくれたでしょ。
Her child's eyes were just as determined as her parents back then. And she really did fulfill my wish, having her call me Senna. Okay.
ラカダの科学は落星人の理解を超えている。災いの竜の奇跡を与えられたラカダと今の落星は何が違うというんだ。私たちは共にその結末を見届けただろう。
This is very interesting. This fits very much. Okay. How is technology from Laquadar? Yes, the planet that Senadia came from. Not where you came from. You came from who knows where. Considering you've been traveling, like, worlds, star systems, stuff. Like, you came from who knows where, Nahara. Litos, I'd like to say he was from Laquadar, but I don't know. I think it is, though, considering, like, some of the, like, the implications. And considering he was Synodia's ninth. I don't think he's from somewhere else. The clan probably comes from Laquadar as well. Not sure, though. We'll see. If we can get an answer. I'd say by now he would be from Laquadar, because we don't have any other information. Yeah. How is technology from Laquadar that surpasses the knowledge of Luoxing? Any different from the materials, miracles, the calamitous dragon, which is unknown what that is still, showed to Laquadar back then? Miracles. You see as miracles? Interesting. That does make sense, though. And you and I have both seen the tragedy future that the like this ruby text that the latter led to with our own eyes. So technology or civilization advancing is potentially making the tsunami maybe happen sooner. Well, no, it's more because of what she's trying to do, but considering Honkai does, you know, it kind of goes with civilization, so the more civilization advances, the more the Honkai can advance. It wouldn't surprise me if Shadows, or, you know, because again, they've been kind of called Honkai as well at one point. And considering also the stuff with Venus and Purusha, it wouldn't surprise you if there's some similarity there. But, so there is Honkai in the Seal Quanta. And there's also Honkai, of course, in the overall universe. And there's also Honkai in the imaginary barriers. And there's also Honkai, yeah, kind of all over. It definitely exists. And it can go by different names. It can manifest differently. There's even theory, of course, like some of the manifestations that obviously do have different names could also still be Honkai. But again, that gets more theoretical. But yeah, that makes sense, and yeah. That's a bit similar to, again, previous era and why they didn't give all their technology and knowledge and, you know, civilization to the next era. Because it would cause problems. That's what Project Ember was about. It was interesting that other civilizations, or at least in the case of this, well, they've gone against it because it says here, how is technology from Laquadar surpasses the knowledge of Luoxing any different from the miracles? And then, of course, by doing all that, what that's then, you know, could do to, like, Luoxing. Giving it too early. Not letting it advance more naturally.
学者たちが力を注いで研究している魔の箱は永久に封印した方がいい。嘘をついてごまかせば、ユーンは両親と同じ轍を踏まずに済む。
In my opinion, you'd be better off sealing away this magic box. Probably has something to do with Laquadar, and probably has something to do with the calamity that they experienced. That constantly tempts scholars to exhaust themselves analysing it, and lying to little Yuyon. That way she'll never end up on the same path as her parents. What, do they vanish into the sea of data? So that feels like what's been implied. But you make it sound like there's something a bit more to it. Nahara.
ナナ、ラカダから離れた時に連れてったみんなから何を感じたか覚えてる？
More Laquadar stuff. Nana, do you remember everyone's reaction when you led them away from Laquadar? I'm sure they were terrified. They've been told to leave their home. Don't know how many went with you, though.
消えない未練、別れの悲しみ。 秘められたかすかな希望。そして、冷たい宇宙で死んだとしても、新しい故郷へとたどり着いてみせるという決意。
Oh yeah, and you also had the Honkai obviously on that planet, remember? In the Greasio event. I sensed a deep reluctance to leave. A melancholy of parting. Oh yeah, also the Honkai. Yeah, anyway. I know what I mean. Anyway. I sensed a deep reluctance to leave, a melancholy of parting. Glimmers of hope hidden within. And a resolve to reach our new home. Even if it meant dying in the cold, desolate void of space. Yes, you never had a guarantee you'd actually get anywhere. You took a big, big leap. It's fascinating. And frightening. Music's so fitting. The dealings leave a melancholy of parting, glimmers of hope hidden within, and the resolve to reach our new home, even if it meant dying in the cold, desolate void of space.
その決意が導いてくれた未来が今の落星にはあるんだよ。私たちはこの目で見たよね。
And that determination led to a future that you and I have seen with our own eyes. Here's on present-day Luoxing. That's true. Very nice shots, obviously, I'm getting them.
ナナ、世界には全能の神様なんて必要ないな。でも、可能性に満ちた人間だけは絶対に消えちゃダメ。
Nana, the world can exist without omnipotent gods. Yeah, about creator gods, I guess you'd be referring to. Or maybe you're referring to something higher as well. There's a lot of potential, like, room, considering some other things in the visual novels, and obviously you got Aeons and Star Rail, but I don't even know if you really know those exist. But there's also the Sue, you know, chessboard thing in the second key manga. There's the A, the N with the dollar bill, and potential, you know, group that was spoken about of deities. Like, there's a lot of potentiality of just other things than just creator gods. And so far, creator god-wise, we only really know Star, who was obviously, you know, in there, so we've seen what happened with that. Senadia, which, well, again, we saw what happened with that, kind of. You got Kiana, but that's not the same as a creator god. She doesn't have the same consequence. Because she's not, well, she's not a creator god. Don't know what that sound was then. What just happened? What just broke? Everything seems to be running smoothly. There shouldn't be a problem. Let's keep going. Actually, let me make sure the mic isn't just on something. Shouldn't have though. Voice. No, everything's running smooth. I don't know what just happened. Right, let's continue. However, it can never be about humans, beings who are filled with possibilities. Like Edison. Yeah, that makes sense.
彼らは決して箱を使って外に助けを求めるだけじゃない。きっと私よりもうまく立ち回っていつかは箱の底から落星を救う希望を取り出すはずだよ。
Philoxing's hope is at the bottom of the box, you say? Okay. They won't just stop at using the box to seek eternal help. They'll do even better than me, until they draw out enough hope from the bottom of the box to change Philoxing. You are doing a lot for this civilization. You've, well, I think, part of where you've come from, but also part of what you've created, I'm pretty sure, because you're a creator god, so you've come up to another civilization, you've done things to kind of then make, the first city of Detheng here, and so on, so... You would have definitely nurtured, I think, some life in some form, similar to Sara, I think. I don't know if it's the exact same form, but you definitely would have done something to do with creation. Especially some of Layla's lines in Chapter 7 EX Part 2. Some of the lines really imply you had some form of, like, creating the beings here. I can't confirm that compared to, obviously, like, with Sar, because there was an entire thing of, like, the genome bank of the Ark and previous era, and so on, so on, so on. Oh yeah, and also having data copies of, copied consciousness thanks to the soul system. So I don't know what you've fully done, outside of what Layla's maybe implied.
もちろん、私は実際の状況を見て、ちょっとだけこっそり手を差し伸べるつもり。
Of course, I'll also consider the actual circumstances, and quietly offer a little help when the time is right. You mean like you set up the Dream Seeker at the start in Chapter 1, Part 2? That's what I'd class as that help, potentially.
もっとも、あともう少し時間があったら、ユウは自力で気づけるかもしれないね。あの子はレイラの一番の親友で、私が出会った中で一番賢い子だから。
Putting a lot of faith in Layla and Yu-Yun. Maybe a bit too much. I really don't know how much they can do. But we shall see. I have a bit more faith in Yu-Yun than Layla, to be honest. Not that I have not faith in Layla, but I mean... But given some more time, little Yu-Yun will figure things out herself. After all, little Layla's best friend, and the smartest kid I've ever met. What's your thoughts, Dream Seeker, on what you just saw? Another question is, why did you see that specifically? Was it someone who made you see it, or was it, like, fated? Hoyostan music, I think.
予知夢じゃない。私、箱に記録されてる過去を追体験したの？
We've sort of seen that before, so it doesn't really surprise me. Especially in the Thalamer event with Amber Street. It wasn't a prophetic dream. So I just lived the past recorded in the box. Did you potentially be a dream seeker and see the past? Yes. Yeah, I'd say so. Considering the Elysium myth. It wasn't a prophetic dream. You relived it. I think all the times you thought it's a prophetic dream, it actually has happened, and it was just one of your attempts. In this case, it's a bit different, obviously.
誰にでもこういう時ってありますよね。この問題だけは絶対に解かなきゃって似たような問題を何度も解いたのに、最初の問題が期末テストに出てくるみたいな。
Everyone has moments like this. You're determined to understand the question, so you practice with countless similar ones, only to find the question on the final exam is the very first one.
3年前、パパとママが残してくれた箱をぼんやり眺めてた時に、数値の違いに注目するべきだってアイデアが頭をよぎったんです。
3 years ago, I was staring blankly at the box left behind by my parents. I suddenly had a thought pushing me to pay attention to this numerical difference. And? Years ago, while I was staring blankly at the box left behind my parents, I suddenly had a thought pushing me to pay attention. It's a numerical
も
difference.
しあの時そう思わなかったら、研究を始めてから3年目の年に迫り来る災いを予見することもできませんでした。
It maybe connects to thoughts similar to like what you're thinking of. If it weren't for that, though, I wouldn't have foreseen the impending disaster in my third year of research. Yeah, and you were given the pieces by Senna. You obviously did most of it yourself.
すべてをアイデアの功績にする必要はないと思うが、それはご両親が生涯をかけて研究してきた成果であり、神が君を信頼している証でもある。ユーン君、君は彼らの期待にちゃんと応えられたんだ。
I don't think you should attribute everything to inspiration. This is your parents' life's work, and it's proof that God has faith in you. Yuyon, you truly haven't let them down.
それって
That means...
箱が再現した過去を見たのは私だけ。まあいいか。今はそんな話をしてる場合じゃない。
Hey, well, they were probably talking about it's probably important, but yeah, I don't think it would really aid in the convo right now. Seems no one else saw the pasture played by the box. Never mind, it clearly isn't the best to bring this up now. That's fair. That's fair analysis. I still think maybe saying something might be good, though, considering, you know, the impending crisis and all. But then again, maybe saying something could cause problems, so I understand why you don't want to. I understand your caution.
ああ、ユーン君、君の努力をこれ以上疑うつもりはない。この理論は研究所を新たな未来へと導くだろう。研究員を代表して心から感謝させてくれ。
I'm sure she's seen a bit of a heretic or atheist, though, by others who don't want to listen. They have too much faith in the god. And can't think about the god being a thing. Yes, Yuyon, I have no more doubts about your efforts and conclusions. Your theory will lead the Institute's concepts and ideas into a new phase. And I thank you on behalf of everyone.
そしてこの言葉は君を疑ったすべての者が口にするべきだ。
And these words must be spoken personally by each person who has doubted you. That's good. But then again, I'm sure some will be begrudging. You just can't change everyone's ideas in a day. But you might be able to over time. Give them time. But Yuyon deserves that, I agree.
すまなかった、ユーン君。これからは君を全力でサポートしよう。今まで苦労をかけてしまったな。最高の働きだ。
I really appreciate his praise. You can tell he's the director. I'm sorry, Yuyon. From now on, I will give you my full support. Thank you for your hard work all this time. You have indubitably done an excellent job this time. Oh, I'm happy for it. It's the highest praise you could receive.
よかったね、ユーン。
It's wonderful, Yuyon.
エリア君にもお礼を言わせてくれ。君が全てを誠実に説明してくれなかったら、ユーン君のこともそう簡単には信用できなかったかもしれない。
I ought to thank you too, Helia. Thank you for your sincere explanation. If it weren't for you, it might have been difficult to earn our trust since it concerns Yuyon. So you did have your doubts, you did have your thing. I'm glad to see it, and I'm glad to see that Helia was able to help. But it's a shame how many people she doubted her. But it makes sense everyone would doubt her, considering what Defeng is.
私はただ見たことをそのまま伝えただけです。
Yeah, makes sense, Helia. Simply told you everything I saw with my own eyes.
私の言葉は所長さんをここに導いた火花に過ぎません。その裏にある努力こそが本当の炎なんです。同じ研究者として所長さんとユーンの炎に差がないことはきっと初めから分かってたんですよね。
My words were merely the spark that brought you here, while the passion burning behind them is the true flame. As fellow researchers, you must understand that the flames you and Yuyon possess no longer differ in size.
この子の炎はむしろ私のものより勢いがある。
Really like how open-minded he's being. As well as how he's thinking about the new generation. Not believing he knows better. Like, this is what Defeng needs to get through this crisis. I'm glad he can prioritize. He isn't too prideful. If anything, this child's flame burns even brighter than my own.
ありがとうございます。所長さん、私が正直者のヘリアを選んだから秘密実験室まで来てくれたんですよね。
Thank you, Uncle Director. So it's because I chose Helia, who would never pull any tricks, that you wanted to come to the secret lab, right?
まあそんなところだな。
It's like, pretty much. Well, they got you there, but like, I think it's okay, considering the crisis you're trying to avert.
ねえ、コラリー。言うべきことがあるんじゃない？
She's trying to get Coralie to admit Helia's right. Coralie's speechless. That's funny. Oh no, of course, it's not for Helia, it's for herself. How could I forget how egotistical you can be? Fine, fine. You're good at reading people.
聞こえないよ。誰が人を見る目があるって？ユーン先生、人を見る目がありますね。
Riley's straining. She's trying very hard not to say it. Can't hear you. Who's good at reading people? I love you, and she's a great character. And then laughs. Oh, readable. All right, oh look, what we got? Doomsday Disaster Briefing submitted to Layla by the director. Regarding the Doomsday Disaster Briefing, an aid request. Presented to God Synadia and acting God Layla. Yeah, that makes sense. Greetings. Following an investigation and analysis of verified data, trainee Yuyon of the Sea of Data Research Institute has concluded that D-Thing will face a severe Sea of Data corruption event in 22 days. This event is projected to affect an extremely large area and may pose a threat to the safety of all residents. After reviewing the submitted materials, the Institute unanimously confirms the credibility of this conclusion. Given the severity of the forecasted outcome, the Institute believes that initiating evacuation preparations and minimizing potential losses must now take top priority. We therefore submit the following requests. 1. Activate the citywide crisis response plan and immediately issue an apocalypse level alert to all institutions. An apocalypse level alert. Makes sense to call it that. Might do some other things as well. 2. Release an evacuation notice to all citizens and carry out the evacuation operation tomorrow. 3. Open the big library that is currently still under construction. I assume that would be the Tombstone Library. Use it as the main emergency shelter and complete all emergency facility development today. 4. Have the engineering department assist this institute in optimizing and mass producing the anti-Sea of Data corruption weapon developed by Yuyon. Yeah, the one that you showed, right? 5. Prioritize doomsday response work above all else and grant full legal status to Yuyon in the privately operated secret institute, including authorization to search, view, and download all database materials under the Sea of Data corruption category. I wonder what other things they have that aren't that then they shouldn't be able to read, maybe. Finally, we request formal commendation for Institute trainee Yuyon. Appendix. Selected conclusions and data extracts from Yuyon's experimental reports. Sea of Data Research Institute. Signed and sealed by the Institute Director. Approval from Layla. Approved. Full support for the work of the Sea of Data Research Institute. And gratitude for the contributions made by Yuyon's lab. Oh, she didn't lose a friend in the end. That's good. Be proud of yourself, Yuyon. Be proud of yourself. Good job. An unnamed library after a while.
どうメインシェルターにぴったりでしょこの前追われて偶然逃げ込んだ時より設備も整ってる
So the Tombstone Library may be originally not in Langshu, but in D-Thing? Or is this just like a placeholder for the library and it isn't the same one? Okay, a minute. Okay. I can continue. How about it? I told you this place should be perfect as the main shelter. Oh, the facilities seem even more comprehensive than when I stumbled in here while fleeing. I'm happy for you. Your ultimate potential now is possible.
へえ、逃げた経験もいい方向に解釈するなんて、本当にすぐ調子に乗るお子様だ。
Well, now you've discovered that not a single step of your escape was wasted after all. You really are a kid who lights up at the smallest bit of sunshine.
でも戦時の野心先生はご不在みたいだね。私からご戦時の感想を聞くのが恥ずかしいのかな。
Maybe don't go speaking about things that aren't going to be known. But I see the thousand-eared night god. Seraphim isn't here. What is she? Too embarrassed to receive my dazzling 5,000-word review in person?
コラリユン、レイラに連絡したよ。週末の件をフォードの各関係者に共有したらすぐに私たちと合流するって。
Coralie, Yuyun, I've already contacted Layla. She said she'll meet us as soon as she finishes notifying all heads of institutions. In Defang, the Doomsday Alert. Wait a minute, hang on, wait. Wait, no, it wasn't just in Langchu, was it? It was also in Reimu, the library. Okay, so the library must have come from Defang first, or there's more than one. Because I remember Seraphim and Litos meeting back in Reimu.
よかった。これでやっと自信を持ってレイラと話せるよ。それに所長が研究所も協力するって言ってたし、うまくいけば明日の朝には私たちに未来はないの携帯版を隙間特攻隊に配れそう。
Great! Finally, I feel confident enough to talk to Layla. The director said the research institute is willing to help. If this all goes well, the Rift Strike team will also be able to use the portable version of We Have No Future tomorrow morning. Ah, the box. The memories of... Yeah, the box of memories and time.
さすがプロの設備ね。私だけじゃ4つ作るだけでもすっごく苦労したのに。はい、持ってて。隙間特攻隊に配るものと機能に違いはないけど、これは仲間スペシャルよ。
The special buddy thing was one of your inventions, wasn't it? I remember. Professional equipment really makes a difference. I had to put so much effort just to cobble together 4 of these. Here, don't lose them. They function just like the ones given to the Rift Strike team, but you're receiving the special buddy edition from me. Yeah, it's just one of the things you could read, wasn't it, in the lab? I mean, just to confirm, so now I'm not making stuff up. Feather up. Feather up. Past that. Past that. I can show on screen, but I'm just going to keep going, obviously, but... Before the excerpts. No, that's the weapon. There it is. Yeah, the pile of cardboard boxes. Yep, thought so. Yeah, it's an energy bracelet, and We Have No Future Special or Buddy Edition. The first one is easy to understand, but the latter's name is rather peculiar. Yeah, so it should be a energy bracelet. I assume to use some sort of thing to close the rifts. It's probably similar to her weapon. Yeah, but you're receiving a special buddy edition from me. As she spoke, you placed several magical-looking steel balls into the palms of the trio. Oh, the balls.
Yun? 箱にそんな悲観的な名前をつけちゃっていいの？あ、ねえ、記憶と時間の箱っていうのはどうかな？ きっと気に入ってくれると思うんだ。
Helia's like, change the box's name. It's too gloomy. She's recommending the box of memories and time. You'll think she'll like the name. She called it lame. Well, Helia, history has been changed. Well done.
違う。ヘリアのことを悪く言うつもりはないの。つい本音が出ちゃって。ごめんなさい。
I understand you probably want a name to probably capture the tragedy and the difficulty you are facing. Considering what's your naming scheme for things a bit. No. I didn't mean to be mean to Helia. I just blurred out what was on my mind. I'm sorry.
一番謝るべきなのは未来の自分だよ。
Apologize to your future self. In a way, it's a future self, I guess. Though if she does end up being similar to some of the others, then it's technically not even her. Or it is her, but she doesn't have her memories. I guess you could call it still your future self, but you don't have memories. You should apologize to your future self.
私たちに未来はないって名前にしたのは、予測された悪い未来なんて気にしないっていう決意を込めたから。それに、なんだか、かっこよくない？あと万が一。
Oh, so it wasn't for a negative reason you picked it. Interesting. That surprises me. Then again, it must be your naming scheme of things, and I assumed for a minute it was for negative reasons. Fair enough. I just thought that the name "We Have No Future" quotation marks would show that I hardly care about the terrible future predicted, and it'd make me look cool. But besides, what if...
万が一失敗したらとか言いたいんでしょ？気持ちはわかるけど、名詞に書くには微妙な名前だ。それに憂鬱を吹っ飛ばす母妃名としてちょうどいい。なんてやけくそにも程がある。
I know what you're thinking. If we fail, this name won't look good on a business card. But it'd be perfect to engrave in a portable gravestone. Invent your frustrations. So morbid. And from that day, the place was called the Tombstone Library.
ああ、もう確かにやけくそだったのよ。文句ある？
That was the reason? Okay, it's quite a morbid reason. You went even further off the deep end there. Fair enough. It makes sense. I don't blame the name. I like it.
コーラリー、あんたにも前科があるでしょ。自分宛ての調子を書いたり、自分のためにお墓を用意したり。
Yeah, but the difference is she thought she was actually going to die there. Because she did have an overload of the power she used from Nahara. Like... I don't blame Coralie for doing that. She really was going to die. Coralie, you've done something similar before, haven't you? One of you delivered your own eulogy. The other prepared your own gravestone. You're referring to both Coralies, though? You know, other Coralie and then your Coralie. The gravestone should be Coralie. Saying one of you, though, and then the other did this, eulogy. What's a eulogy again? I get the gravestone one. I'm going by eulogy. That's not what came to mind with the other Coralie. Eulogy. A eulogy is a speech or writing in praise of a person, one who recently died, retired, or is determined or does me. Yeah, but you put One of you delivered your own eulogy. The other prepared your own gravestone. It was still her. Don't know what you mean by that. Unless you count that as a different Coralie for some reason. Don't know why you would. Unless you're counting it as like she died that day and is like reborn. That isn't what happened. Yeah, I understand the word choice there. Anyway.
ストップ。そこまでにして。それ以上は失礼だからね。
Oh, Coralie. Alright, alright. Enough already. It would be rude to continue this conversation. Poor thing. Even Dreamseeker's having a bit of a laugh.
そういえば、神様が維持してるのは本当にホードとデータの海のバランスだけなのかな。コラリーの推測とナハラの話から考えると、範囲は惑星全体まで広がってるのかも。
Come to think of it, is the god really just maintaining the balance between Dethang and the sea of data? After hearing Coralie's speculation and Nahari's statement, perhaps we should broaden the scope to the entire Luoxing. Yeah, I think so. I believe this could be the disaster that maybe teared Luoxing apart, not just Dethang. Caused the error of relocation of Oxia. It's definitely a part of it, I think. Yeah, I feel like the god's doing more than that. As well as the world's been placed, like, infinitely close to Sea of Quanta.
増えた隙間とセナの体調不良、どっちが原因なのかはまだわからない。でも、一つだけ確かなことがある。
I believe Senadia, yeah, I do believe it will be mainly to do with her, but we'll see. I'm not sure if the increase in rifts caused Senadia's illness. Oh, Senadia's illness caused the increase in rifts. One thing is certain. I feel like it's more the latter. Just the creator god being affected would affect probably the world. More intertwined. As well as maybe since, you know, maybe using the gods thing is affecting the situation. Considering the similarity that Yuyon was saying between them and the particles. Again, I'm not an expert on the science stuff.
お互いに関係あるなら、侵食の隙間を減らして津波の発生を防げば、きっとセナも回復するはず。
Not necessarily. Since they're connected, reducing the number of corruption rifts and preventing the tsunami would surely help Senadia recover sooner. What if, though, by closing all the rifts you actually cause a bigger disaster? And what if it's actually inevitable and you now can't stop the disaster? That is also a possibility. That you have to consider. Just as with helping like the shadow calamities and stuff might be what keeps Kiana asleep. Just like what you've done might keep Kiana asleep. Just like what Layla implied in Onyx Part 2. Dealing with potential problems or potential things that could be connected doesn't necessarily mean you're stopping something, you could be pushing it more.
そうすれば、セナはもしかしたら。
Senna won't what? Senadia won't.
私のそばから離れずに済むかもしれない。
Hello, Layla. Still watching, I see. Won't leave me. Won't leave me. A thought surfaced in your mind before any emotions could. Okay, it was a similar voice. It wasn't from Layla's intervention, but rather a sentiment you both share. Well, you are both Layla in a way, and you're both Dream Seeker in a way, and also don't. No, that was more. No, that should be. That should be the original Layla that's left. I don't know if there was other ones that came before that also became Layla. Nani X Part 2 still hasn't made that clear. But you're also yourself, obviously. You're a different possibility of Layla. You're not the same Layla. It wasn't from Layla's intervention, but rather a sentiment you both share. If given the chance, you would certainly wish for the god to keep her smile. For her to freely roam every corner of Loaxing, like a deer in the forest, into the future where you existed came. Possibility. Senna's more the deer though here. I get what you're doing.
それにセナだけじゃなくてユーン先生やシュガー、キョカンやハクト、それに水木、老朽、桜花のみんなも、私が直接関われない世界の人たちも全員助けられるんだ。
Still actually got to learn about Ming-Hai and Bai-Yun. Still learn about those. Not just Senadia. Siyuyan, Candy Sweet, Jujian, Botu, the people of Reimu, the people of Langchu, the people of Oxia, and everyone from worlds I can't personally reach. They can all be saved, yet all the sectors. That's what that last line represents. You're talking about the entirety of Loaxing civilization. All the different sectors. All the different people. Besides, you didn't name some people there, but I understand the text box would be a bit too long. Hang on. You didn't say Chenzu. I have mixed feelings about that. I understand not saying some of the other. You said Candy Sweet. But you didn't say about Chenzu. Okay, that makes you feel a bit mixed. As it's here in the text and just wasn't put here. Lost in thought, you unconsciously fell into the step at the very back of the fall. In the background, actually. I'd like to get this. Nice.
ちょっと
What's in your mind, Layla? You looked toward Layla in confusion. She was hiding behind a bookshelf, and she immediately gestured to you to keep quiet.
静かにこっちに来て
Shh, be quiet. Come this way. Secretly approached Layla. Okay, we're at another section. I'll check the book now. There's a lot of blanks then. Might need some water. Let's see what the book says. Oh, encounters. Any adventure notes first? Yeah. Okay, what's this say?
今度こそどうしても伝えたいの。人は成長することで涙を流す権利を奪われちゃダメなんだ。私はいつだってその涙をしっかりと受け止めるよ。かつてあなたがしてくれたようにね。
This time, wherever you want to hear it or not, I have to tell you. Growing up must never take away the right to cry. I'll always be there to catch you. I'll always be there to catch your tears. Just like you once did for me. Yeah, for you, Yun. Oh, what's I say that? My impression of you, Yun. No need to express feelings anymore. I love the progression of the book. Oh, hang on, yeah, I can click the section. Any new picture? No. Encounters. Senadia has something, Nahara has something. Yeah? What did I miss on this page? Yeah, it's fine. I've read that. The truth behind her exhaustion has been seen from two sides. Worrying about every matter and detail is probably the least of it. Thinking about this is the 5th time this year. And pain beyond what sages or heroes could imagine. Yeah. Accumulation. I can't help asking. On an island surrounded by the boundless sea, where a god can neither push the sea back nor predict its shifting tides. Would she protect her people? Maybe she thought of only one way. Every day, every hour, every minute. She would stand at the island's edge, using the island term a lot, I get it though, and take on its behalf. Corruption brought by the sea. Nahara clearly knew the truth. And so in that great adventure, the secret she and Senna hid from Layla could only be what I'm guessing now. Yeah, it's probably a part of the secret, along with the Kiana. It looks like Kiana stuff a bit, as she was saying. Nahara next, right? Nahara. Helia said 3 years is enough to reshape a person. Even less. 3 again, I see that again, the trial thing. 3 trials. Just a month together can make parting bittersweet. And if in that time a promise, a dream, or even the smallest kindness takes root, the memory of leaving can turn into thorns, wrecking anyone who tries to hold it close. Fearing that pain, I treasure every moment with everyone, even more. So for a dragon, when she says a fleeting moment means nothing, she rarely dismiss that silver of time, if you're trying to ignore the faint ripple it stirred inside her. The beauty of immortality, has it really been preserved all this time? only but the cold march of time itself. Anything else Yun related? No. Chenzi related? No. Okay. Secretly approached Layla. We will do, but I'm gonna have a water first. Back in a few minutes. Okay. Right, we're back now. A bit longer than I thought, but then it just became like... It basically became dinner, basically. Anyway, let's just continue. Open that there, post that there to myself. Right, let's continue. Not muted, right? No, we're not. Good. Let's go.
どうしたの？担当者たちとの話し合いで何か問題が起きたとか？
No, this is a different background, just angling the background. Let's see what Layla's got going on. What's the matter? Did something go wrong when communicating with those in charge?
ユーンが提供してくれた資料とデータの海研究所の所長のおかげですぐに事態を理解することができたの。だからみんながそれぞれ行動し始めてるよ。私が話したいのは別のこと。
Well, that isn't the case. No, that isn't the case thanks to the materials provided by Yuyan and the confirmation from the director of the Sea of Data Research Institute. Everyone quickly understood the current situation and took respective action. And I want to talk about something else. Did you also see the box?
夢追い人ユーンは私の知らないところで辛い思いをたくさんしてきたの。
That is true, but that's quite natural. That can happen with friends or anyone. Don't blame yourself, Layla. You didn't cause that. I mean, sure, your faith in Senadia probably didn't help in some cases, but it's not your fault. And you never directly tried to hurt Yuyan with that. It just indirectly happened because, well, Yuyan was afraid of losing her as a friend if she was wrong for some reason about her... I mean, not some reason. If she was wrong with her scientific theory, and also what that would do if it was the case, and then how would Defeng, you know, Luoxing face that? So don't blame yourself. Sorry. Dream Seeker, has Yuyan suffered a lot without me knowing? You nodded. Gotta stop with this you thing. You should just say Dream Seeker nodded. There is no you here, but okay. Unless the you is with the you version thing we talked about, I guess. No.
やっぱりそうだったんだ。私があんな嘘をついてセナディアのことを隠さなければ、真実を話したユーンがみんなから冷遇されずに済んだのに、彼女が非難されたのは全部私のせい。
If I knew it, if I hadn't been told that lie to conceal... If I hadn't told that lie to conceal Senadia's situation, Yuyan wouldn't have been given the cold shoulder for telling the truth. Those doubts and blame shouldn't have been born from her. It was all my fault. No. You could have said something, but at the same time, you have to look in the position of, like, Luoxing does need its god at this point. So if you start making the god look frail, things won't go very well. You did the right thing to keep things in balance, Layla. As well as followed your belief in Senadia.
ユーンは友達なのに、私は彼女がどれほど傷ついて 怯えてたのかと思うと顔を合わせるのが怖いんだ。
Yun is my friend. And yet, when I think about how heartbroken and scared she was, I can't bring myself to face her. It's nice how caring you are, but don't impede yourself mentally for just her sake. There are things maybe you could have done, but at the same time, I feel like it wouldn't have gone very well if you did. So don't blame yourself.
でもあなたもいろいろ考えたんだよね。真実を隠したことが過ちだったとしたら、今から神様の不調をみんなに公表するの？
Yeah, can you risk that though? But you've also given it a lot of thought. I mean, at this point, yeah, we could reveal it to get the evacuation. To make it clear the god can't solve this one. But you've also given it a lot of thought. If concealing the truth will show a mistake, would you choose to reveal to the public right away that the god is unwell?
「そんなことをしても混乱を招くだけ。それに前に同じような事態に陥った時、セナディアもずっと隠し通したの。」
Sorry. It would only escalate the panic. Besides, it's not like this hasn't happened before. Senadia's principle is to always keep such matters hidden. There you go, back to your faithful way. Just stay that way, Layla. There's nothing wrong with it. But you can't pick both. And you can try, but it's gonna just crash a lot of the time. If you try and pick both. You either do what's for your friend and the civilization by making this very public and important and making it clear. Or you keep it quiet, hidden, to follow Senadia's principle that could cause a lot more problem. So the choice is yours. I understand the escalating the panic and you want to be, you need to kind of make a bit of a panic to move things, to get things going.
Senadia はそのことを公にしたくないんだ。体に鞭を打って仕事を続けて、自分は全能の神様だって言い張って、眠気以外に敵はいないって豪語して、そして私たちが目にした結果になっちゃった。
She didn't want this. Senadia didn't want this to become public knowledge. And she even continued working in that condition, claiming that she was an all-powerful god, and nothing could stop except sleepiness. Except sleepiness, and the result, we all saw it.
じゃあ、あなたもセナと同じ理由で同じ選択をするってこと？
So you made the same choice as Senadir for the same reason?
選択？ううん。セナディアがそうするなら、それが最善の方法ってことでしょ？
It's important to go into partly what your god's also saying, Layla. Again, you're being a bit too... Follow what Senadir said. That's not going to help us. Made a choice. No, if Senadir did things this way, it must be the best approach. Well, Nahara seemed to think otherwise. And I'm going to trust Nahara over Senadir. One is more wise than the other, I feel. Hmm?
ユンウンが見つけた真実を教えてくれなかった理由はなんとなく分かってるの。多分セナディアと同じなんだと思う。きっと私が取り乱すんじゃないかって心配してくれたんだ。
You know that Yurion must have kept her discovery from me. The same reason as Senadir. There might have been some similarity, yes, but for a bit of a different reason. They were both concerned about me, did not want me to panic. Aha, so now you've had, you know, the pudding in front of you. Can you maybe admit that your god isn't everything, and we really can't just rely on them? Layla? You seem to have discovered some hidden issues. Dreamseeker has indeed.
全部私が悪いの。私がもっと頼れる存在だったら彼女たちにもっと信頼されて助けられたかもしれないのに。
It's all my fault. If I could be more reliable, they would trust me more. I could help them. I don't think it's that simple, Layla. Perhaps you're always surrounded by friends who prefer to boldly sprint forward rather than retreat. Well, Layla's attitude was quite the opposite. And that made it all the more impossible for you to ignore her. There's that self-beating herself up again.
ごめんなさい。私自分のことばかり話しちゃったね。あなたは？そういえばあなたの悩みをまだ教えてもらってないよね。私の悩みを全部話したからにはあなたも教えてくれないと不公平だよ。
Sorry. I feel like I've been talking to myself this whole time. What about you? You haven't told me what's troubling you yet. I've told you everything, so don't try to fool me. The perceptiveness of Layla as usual. You realise that there was a small choice right now that could double as a way to verify your guess.
前も言ったように、私は遠い未来から来たんだ。これから起こることについても少しは知ってる。
Saying everything, okay. As I mentioned before, I come from the distant future, so I know little about what's going to happen soon.
その曖昧な未来で、ユーン先生はトラブルに巻き込まれて、データの海に落ちて消息不明になっちゃうの。
In that hazy future, Professor Yuyan encountered grave trouble, ultimately falling into the sea of data and vanishing without a trace. Is that the history, or is that what you're saying you think happens? Because of obviously what you've learned about Defang, and also about the sea of data corruption rifts. And of course the people in Oxia and everything. And the people being born, but not actually born from the sea of data in a way. Again, falling for the rifts through different eras. It's the current theory.
じゃあ、あなたはどうするつもり？彼女に伝えるの？
I'm not telling her will actually do anything, but maybe heighten her fears, which might maybe make it happen more. If it is to do with the shadows, or if it is maybe to do with like fear in some way, that might make it worse. What are you planning to do? Should we tell her? You were right. Rather than making decisions independently, Layla tended to follow the guidance of those she acknowledged in her heart. People such as Senadia, Nahara, and now you. Talk about the heart again. Okay. Let's continue. Nod, shake your hand, not sure. Is this the illusion of choice? You're giving choice here that splits and gives us different options. Should we tell her? I'd like to say nod and see what happens, because I'd like to know what Dreamseeker might say in response to me saying nod. But I was interested in what she'll say, ever say not sure. Shake your head. You can't change the history. Well, you can't change the history, but you can change the sector. I don't know. Three interesting, so it's the least slightly picked one. Nod just feels reckless. Nod feels like the option of like, we have the solution, let's tell them, and then that can cause more problems. Shaking the head is just a complete refusal and not giving a chance. I think not sure. That leaves more chance to more possibility. And gives them a chance to both think. Not sure.
実はまだ決めてないんだ。でも心を開いてくれたユーン先生を見てると、言っても言わなくてもそんなに変わらないって思わない？
It doesn't say on the log, that's a little annoying, but that's fine. Actually, I haven't decided yet, but Professor Yuyan has finally opened up her heart. Is it really that important for me to tell her?
私がどんな選択をしたとしても、これだけは絶対に変わらないよ。私は彼女のそばにいて、起こりうるすべての危機から守ってみせる。そして彼女を支える一人の人間として、これからの日々を一緒に歩いていくの。
Regardless of my choice, one thing will never change. I will stand by her side, prevent any potential crisis. Face the future with her, and be one of her firm supporters.
"その点だけは考えた結論としてはっきりと伝えるつもりだよ。
And I will convey this point as the conclusion of my thinking to her exactly as it is." And that is... Of course, you also wish to convey the meaning of every choice that fell upon her, and every decision concerning others to this little future god before you. Now you want to help Layla. You want to give her the support that she hasn't fully got. If the Senadia goes. Of course, you also wish to convey the meaning of every choice, I like this topic again, that fell upon her, and her every decision concerning others to this little future god before you. Just like the teacher who taught you to cherish both love for yourself and for others on that rainy night. Another flashback? Well, dreams have had to come a long way to say what they said. Dream Seeker, I've noticed you have a way of saying really cool stuff.
でもそれはあなたが真剣に考えて悩んで計画して決断によって生まれる責任を負う覚悟があるからなんだってちゃんと分かってる。
I know you only say such things after thinking things through, worrying long and hard, making your own plans, and mustering the resolve to responsibility for your decisions.
選択そのものよりたくさん考えて悩んでいく過程の方が大切なんだって私に伝えたいんだよね。
You want to tell me that the process of pondering and struggling with thoughts is more important than the choice itself, right? I mean, the other part is saying weighing is important as well. Pondering and struggling with thoughts. I wouldn't say either is more important. Both are needed to make a potential choice. At least if you want informed choices. And not just choices on the fly, and by instinct, or by whim. But of course, at times there isn't time to ponder or struggle about certain things, and you have to make a choice there and then. Like Edison did.
でも私はそういうのあんまり考えたことがないの。私はただセナディアの後を追い続けてきたから。セナディアはいつも正しいって分かってるし、その足跡をたどれば間違った道に進むことなんてないから。
Just like many characters in miHoYo's games have done. And you haven't a chance to think about stuff, they just have to act on instinct or act what they want to protect. And if it's not an informed choice, they'll still do it. But I've never really thought about any of this. I just kept following in Senadea's footsteps. It's because I know Senadea is always right. As long as I follow her, I won't end up on the wrong path. That's your problem, though. I don't think that's the case. You need to break free of that chain, and Senadea wants that for you too.
私の先生がいつも言ってたんだ。2つの論文が違う結論に至った場合、その信憑性も半分下がるんだって。
I have a teacher who always says that if two theses, that's not what this is, but yeah, reach different conclusions, and the credibility of both will be equally halved.
でも、もしその中の一つに彼女の署名があれば、話はまた違ってくる。署名のある論文の信憑性が倍増して、片方はたちまちゼロになっちゃうの。
However, if one of them bears her signature, the situation would be completely different. The credibility of the signed paper would double, while the other's credibility would instantly drop to 0. Makes sense.
そんな先生なのに、私が彼女と正反対の結論を出すと、いつも面白いやり方で励ましてくれたんだ。それに、ほとんど存在しない証明条件を探すために、いろいろチャレンジできるように応援してくれたの。
Leda's got the Kevin problem a bit in terms of like, we've already talked about it before, but outside of Kevin, but as he will follow Dr. May completely faithfully, near enough. Layla will do the same for Senadea. Now, of course, the reasons differ, but they still both believe that the person they're following is the right answer to everything. And they're a great leader, and they want to follow that person. But that then locks them from accepting any other form of influence at that point, which is not good. It also means that they'll never ever truly be able to be like an equal aside the person, because they just follow them faithfully and blindly. When they could do a bit of both. But it's hard to do both. And it's also hard if your faith is that unwavering to the point you just can't do anything different. If you truly believe that person is correct, there's no way to change that near enough. Because that's like a universal truth or a constant to you at that point. That's what that is to you. Yet such a teacher would encourage me in her own unique way when I reached conclusions completely opposite to hers, supporting me in every attempt to find those almost non-existent proof, but it's still there's still a potential possibility of this proof. I like that Yuyen's done that.
じゃあ一度でもあなたの方が正しいって証明できたことはあるの？
You're able to prove, you know. Have you ever managed to prove that you were right?
それが全然なんだ。最新の私の戦績は56連敗。越えられない壁はどんどん高くなってる。
Not at all. My recent record is 56 to 0, and that insurmountable peak just keeps getting higher. I'd see more examples of this with you, and like another incredible, but I want to see more of it.
意地悪でしょ？でも私に付き合って夜更かししてて無駄だって知ってる作業を何度も一緒にやってくれるような人だから、私は文句を言いながらもまた彼女を好きになって57回目のチャレンジを楽しみにしちゃうの。
Maybe the 57 attempt will be a difference. Pretty mean, right? But she stays up late with me. Used to going for the same futile exercise she already knows by heart. So I can't help but grow fond of her time. And again, despite my complaints, I look forward to our 57th attempt together.
二人とも正解を知ってるんだね。それでも先生はすでに通った寄り道なのに、あなたの成功を願って付き合ってくれるんだ。いつかきっと自分を超えてくれるはずだって信じて。
Even though both of you know the right answer, and understand that these are the wrong paths that your teacher has already taken, she still looks forward to your success, anticipating and believing that one day you will surpass her. Even though both of you know the right answer and understand that these are the wrong paths your teacher has already taken. Yeah, helping Dreamseeker basically see like how it is potentially wrong. But yeah. Yuyen definitely wants Dreamseeker to surpass her, I feel. I mean, Yuyen wishes many people, I think, to surpass her. But others can be great assets to Oxia. And to knowledge and learning. Make a better world.
でも怖くないの？
Aren't you afraid? The expectation? Remember the letter for, like, Genzo and stuff? Like, your first lesson or something, and it talks about, like, you know, she wishes the best for Dreamseeker. Hopes to see her soar. Aren't you afraid?
もし先生ができなかったことをやり遂げたら、それって自分の手で完璧な先生を壊して先生の光を奪って先生を愛する気持ちを汚すことになっちゃうんじゃない？
Leia's got a really interesting way of looking at stuff, but it makes sense. Also makes sense symbolically with some of the wording here about radiance and stealing away. Very, like, symbolic to Layla and how she sees Dreamseeker to Senadia. If you achieve something that even your teachers couldn't, wouldn't that mean trampling on your teacher's perfection? Oh, that's me, so I couldn't answer Gricio. Stealing away her radiance, and demonstrating that your love for her isn't pure enough. You could view it that way. I don't view it that way. But interesting way of putting it.
先生に何度も励まされて認められた自分を否定することは彼女の考えを否定することと同じだから、それこそが彼女に対する最大の侮辱だと思うんだ。
The best respect you can give is to soar past. To use the pieces you're given and to go further and respect what you've learned. The best you can do is try your best at the end of the day. My teacher has already encouraged me multiple times and emphasized her recognition of me. Denying her perspective willfully would be the greatest disrespect to her. Yeah, denying that.
それにより輝く光は他の光を暗くさせるだけだとも思わない。
I never believed that for one to shine, one light to shine brighter, another must dim. Yeah, but at times that can be the case, but I know that's not what you believe. Very symbolic.
まだ照らされてないところを照らしてもいいし、その光に加勢して一緒により広い空を目指してもいい。選択肢はずっと私たちの手の中にある。
To illuminate other areas, to become one with the other, and soar together toward a vaster sky. The choice has always been in our hands. What I will read out is... Yeah, that readable. Where is it? Quite an old one. It's the letter I was telling you about, the first lesson. Message from Chenzu. I wonder how long it took for you to see this message. Or rather, I'd say the longer the better, of course. It's not because of the inherent uncertainty of source matter, or even the vast difference between theory and practice. Regardless, you must always remember that the profession we've chosen is indeed extraordinary. On one hand, it sustains the existence of Oxia, and on the other hand, we seem to just be idling away our time. Don't rush to refute in your mind. Indeed, textbooks tell us that the Sea of Data holds endless treasures of all things. And through source matter we can uncover any buried secret, obtain any resource we desire. But source matter itself is so elusive. Perhaps we can only gain 20% from its infinite possibilities, relying on our professional skills, while the rest depends entirely on luck. In the past, there were people like us who came here, but left in frustration, without gaining anything from these observations. And there are also people like Professor Yuyun, who discovered extraordinary things within a week, thus earning her fame. The most favoured creators of art are humans, whose hearts are torn apart by the frequent alternation between soaring and falling. However, for our profession, it's quite the opposite. You might fall for a long time without any gains. Learning to endure disappointment is the first lesson you must learn. But at the end of this so-called first lesson, I still want to say, fly, Dream Seeker, soar to the highest you ever known. Senior Crest is not you in saying that. Chenzu, and I'm sure Yuyun, and many others wish the best for Dreamseeker, and wish the best for it to soar. That's what this reminded me of, at least.
まだ照らされてないところを照らしてもいいし、その光に加勢して一緒により広い空を目指してもいい。選択肢はずっと私たちの手の中にある。
Imagine the Icarus stuff a bit with Kevin as well, but... I'm the philosopher, but I know that's not what this is. To illuminate under areas, to come one with the other, soar together toward a vaster sky. The choice has always been in our hands. Her hand holding together is quite good as well. Yeah, illuminate under areas, or to become one with the other. And soar together toward a vaster sky. Yeah, the collective, not just the individual. Girl lowered her head, pondering deeply for a moment. You knew exactly who she was thinking of, but you chose not to speak out loud. Senna? An idea?
その期待が芽吹くまで静かに見守っていこう。もしかしたら彼女もいつか超えられる日を迎えるかもしれないから。
May this anticipation quietly take root and sprout, like a sprout of wishes. In a more metaphorical term, though. Perhaps she too will reach that day of transcendence.
Nara, ユウに謝りに行かなくちゃね。隠し事をしたことと、これからも隠し続けると決めたことも。ねえ、夢追い人。私もあなたの先生みたいに意地悪になっちゃうかな。
No, I really have no choice but to apologize to you, Yun. Not just for keeping things from her. Well, it's because I've decided to keep hiding it. Dreamseeker, tell me. Have I become as bad as your scheming teacher? You're making the choice you're comfortable with. Always make the choice you're comfortable with. It doesn't matter if you feel like there's maybe a better one another way. If that's how you feel comfortable, if that's what you feel informed about making after we've been said, no one can blame you. They can, but it doesn't really go anywhere.
少しでもそれを避けたいなら、あなたの一番の親友に伝えてあげて。どんな時でも、彼女が自分の発見や考えていること、悩みを打ち明けてくれるなら、あなたは
Yeah, just be there for them. Be there for them as a friend. As one who cares about them. If you want to better, just don't forget to tell your best friend that anytime she wants to share her discoveries, her thoughts, or her troubles with you, you will. Be there to hear them.
迷わず彼女を信じてそばで支えるよ。これが私の中で一番本当の気持ちなんだね。ありがとう、夢追い人。
Yeah. That's the way, Layla. That's the way. I believe in her without hesitation and stand by her side. These are my most sincere sentiments. Thank you, Dream Seeker. Oh, the nod. Now they're gonna talk. This is good for them. Happy for them both.
よく聞こえない。ちょっとヘリア、引っ張らないで。
I can't hear clearly. Helia, stop pulling me back. It's private, Coralie. A moment between friends. Don't disturb it.
二人きりにしてあげた方がいいんじゃない？
Shouldn't we give those two some privacy? I do agree, Helia. You are correct in this.
それさっきも聞いたから繰り返さなくてもいいってば。少女たちの間にある青く儚い秘密をヘリアは知りたくないの？
But it's not for your ears. Please stop nagging, oh great Helia. Don't you want to hear the delicate, innocent little secrets between young girls?
ぎこちなくお互いに気持ちを打ち明けるところ。あなたたちのそんな場面を何度目にしてきたと思ってるの？
Dreamseeker calling them out.
一回ちゃんと数えてみた方がいいかな。
An awkward confession of feelings. How many times have I seen it happen between you two? Now that's the real question. Okay, I need to move for a minute. And we're back. Let's continue. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, god damn it.
私たちは違うよ。
We're
珍し
different.
く気が合うね。解散。仕事に戻らなきゃ。
まったく変わらないんだから。
Goodness, those two. Hmm? That's the only thing I can agree with. Now move. Everyone, get back to work. Goodness, those two. Did someone collapse? I heard a fall sound, so I assume someone might have collapsed. Yeah. It's done. Yeah, it's just nothing. Right, that's fine. Let's continue. Goodness, those two. Who was that? Who was that? Oh, we're in the shadows now. Got it. Someone dropped a book. I saw some colours. They're a bit similar to Dream Seekers. Let me have a look again. No, I don't know who that could be. What's the book look like? Oh, that doesn't tell me a lot either. Alrighty, I guess we'll just keep going.
「明日からは大変そう」「部屋は全部チェックした？食料と水の配置は大丈夫？ねえ、ちゃんと仕事してる？」
It must be like midnight or something. Things are going to get tough starting tomorrow. Have you checked all the rooms you haven't been to? Are the food and water properly stored? Have you been working diligently? There's some nice sort of like time lapse there. I like the ticking of the clock as well. Very atmospheric. Yeah, this is like quite a sad Synodia track now. Oh, the clock. Was it wrong when it goes there? No. Okay. Just curious then.
避難所の準備がこんなに大変だとは思わなかったよ。あ、見つけた。
When you planning on preparing a shelter, be so
こっち
arduous.
は終わったけど、そっちは
Arduous.
どう？
I found it. Helia. I'm done on my end. How about you?
私の方も準備できたよ。ああ、そうだ。ユーンとレイラを見なかった？
Yes, I'm ready here as well. By the way, have you seen Yuyun and Layla? Gone elsewhere, I guess? I don't know where they are.
またどこかで女子トークでもしてるんじゃない？ちょっと、夢追い人、そっちはどう？今日の仕事は明日に、明日の悩みは明後日に任せればいいんだから。ヘリアみたいに何でも前倒しするのは禁止だよ。
Heh. Don't tell me they're off somewhere having their little girl talk again. Hey, Dream Seeker. How are you doing over there? Today's troubles can wait till tomorrow, and tomorrow's worries can wait till the day after. Don't you dare become a workaholic like Helia. I'm afraid to say, rate this to Corelli, she was already very much a workaholic. Maybe even more than Helia. Definitely studies more, I think. But then again, it's a different field, like... Being a Valkyrie does have studying, but it's got a lot more physical stuff. Meanwhile, being a researcher is, well, not a lot of physical, but a lot of reading, and a lot of studying, and a lot of revision, and a lot of other things. I always appreciate seeing the anti-entropy symbol on her hat.
ちょっと、一人で全部言われたら、私のセリフがなくなるんだけど。
It would be nice if Helia had like a Shixel symbol a bit more clear. It's fine. Farisa Overseer's already kind of got that, I think. You know, the eye and everything. Even the apocalypse like family like symbol, which I appreciate. And the eye being for overseeing and so on. Hey, why are you being nice and rude all the same time? All at the same time?
わかったよ。
Right, I got it. Already does a decent job at being a bunch of things at once.
あなたたちもお疲れ様。
Yes, for you all. You've worked hard. Agreed. They're sleeping. Oh, happy for them. As for you all, you've worked hard.
あなたたちもお疲れ様。
Yeah, I like hearing that in Japanese. That's nice.
ゆっくり寝てね。いい夢を見られますように。
Speaking of night, sleep well. You deserve a night of proper rest. They are so cute. I love them both. I really like Yuyun a lot more, but Layla is also a fantastic character.
おやすみなさい。
Good night. I'm liking how it actually pauses here, so you can if you want, even though it's, you know, there's not a lot to see. You can look at the shadow, like shadows and silhouette and night, but it's fitting for part 2, I think. I really, really like chapter 11, part 2. It's very emotional, very character driven, very world buildy as well. It's a really good chapter. Good night. Complete the main quest, a timely something. This is what it should have been, but it wasn't. Huh? What happened? Oh, the alarms. That's not good. Is the disaster already happening? I can't think why else it'd be blurring and alarms would be going off, unless we've time skipped 22 days. What was the thing? Complete the main quest to timely understanding. This is what it should have been, but it wasn't. Okay. Well, let's continue. Imagine cliffhanger in there. I'll go for another hour though, I think. What's the sound? What's the sound? In the early hours before dawn, dozens of rifts appeared in thin air. Uh-oh. So the disaster struck 21 days early. That's not good. That to me implies there is some sort of sentient will or being potentially that's caused this. Or something triggered it. Or it's because Senadir maybe finally like ran out or something. I'm not sure. Something's definitely happened though. Don't forget what I was saying about the seer data being potentially a heretical, you know, a heretical like god. Sheer number and converge of these rifts are unprecedented in Defeng's relatively short history. Ooh, I like how it's got the black screen. We don't get to just like see what's happening. It's like, you know, this is history. This is what happened. You can't change anything. The base station's ecological dome cores and other facilities essential to the city's basic functions all suffered varying degrees of corruption. Fair enough. Yeah. Short history indeed. Fortunately, your early intervention helped Yun convince the director of the Sea of Data Research Institute. Later, through Layla, Yun alerted the other institution heads to the coming disaster. Okay. But it's all for naught, right? Well, no. Maybe not. Multiple parties responded timely, thus successfully minimizing the impact of this emergency to the best of their abilities. But there's clearly a big downside to all this, I'm sure. They did it again, by the way, as well, like in 70X, they said like the curse, they've done the black screen again. However, before the sun rose, there was still much work ahead of you. I can't imagine how you can feel. Sorry, no. "21 days till Defang's possible destruction." The numbers are changing. Something changing. You what? At the end of the chapter. We're not starting 11EX today. Good scene of the riffs, honestly. And she said how many appeared. You're starting me on the chapter, aren't you? And if we're on it, I'll start a tiny bit if we're on, but... No, I'm sure this is still chapter 11. Go to the rift. Meanwhile,
まずは
that's
非常用通信機の動作確認を行って、これさえちゃんと機能すれば、通信がダウンしてるエリアでも基本的な連絡が取れるはずだよ。
But it's a tower of like rainbow music. Or you know, of a Hellion music about. Yeah, when it was about to reveal like you're another me, I remember that. Oh, still, that gave me goosebumps. That was such a. I remember that. So it said 21 days, 10 hours, 15 minutes, 21 seconds till Defang's possible destruction 100%. And that changed to 77.9, 97%. 74, 33%. Same. 78? 74? So I went to then 78.75%. %78.75%. Okay. Did it stand on that? It might have. Alright, let's continue. Everyone, let's test the emergency communicators first. It can assure our basic communication areas about signal. The disaster's already here. You jinxed it, Coralie! They were like, 22 days? That's fantastic. And it's like, about the 22 days. The scary thing is, it doesn't sound like it actually is the full disaster yet. It just sounds like this is the prelude. So that makes you just wonder how much worse it's gonna get. Everyone, let's test the emergency communicators first. It can assure our basic communication areas of our signal. Yeah, Halia can hear. Coralie's listening. Coralie's listening. What's Yun's thoughts?
Yun sensei.
Still calls it Professor. That's sweet. Professor Yun.
大丈夫よ。さっきは受信周波数を調整してたの。
Ah, yes, I hear you. I was just adjusting the reception frequency.
ユン先生、あの箱が今回の件を予測できなかったことをまだ気にしてるの？
Yuyun Sensei, you still upset the box couldn't predict this incident? Maybe a bit upset, but I don't think they're that devastated. I think they're more bothered about. I think they'd be more worried. I'm just worried. I think they'd just be worried if, you know, it all happened all of a sudden completely. I think they're grateful it's not a complete disaster yet. Yuyun, you still upset the box couldn't predict this incident?
当たり前じゃない。だって3年も準備したのよ。期末テスト前の大事な復習期間に抜き打ちで中間テストを受けさせられるなんて、もう最悪。
I like her eyes darting to the side a bit. Nice detail. Of course I am. I spent 3 whole years preparing. Who would have thought I'd get hit with a surprise midterm right when I'm cramming for finals? It's infuriating.
計画通りにいかないのが人生だよ。それに心の準備はできてなかったかもしれないけど、あんたは短時間で臨機応変に新しい計画を立ててくれた。それってすごいことだと思う。
Layla was foreshadowing this a bit as well, the way she was talking, being like... Being able to ponder thoughts is still, you know, is important, isn't it? Or, you know, you're saying it's more important than maybe the choice and stuff like that, like... There's not much they can ponder now. I know it's different context, though. Plans never keep up with changes, that's just how life works. Even though you couldn't take it calmly, you still adapted on the spot and came up with a brand new plan. That's really impressive.
私の理論の中核は、あくまで人類が神様と肩を並べられるようになるってところにあるからね。人類が自力で突発的な災害に立ち向かうことを視野に入れて当然でしょ?
My core theory has always been that humans can stand shoulder to shoulder with the god. It only makes sense to consider humanity's ability to deal with sudden extreme disasters alone. This is a nice parallel with the Will of Shadows stuff. When even the Will of Shadows saying they could stand, you know, shoulder to shoulder with the god and stuff like that. Like,
でもまさかみんなが私の計画にすぐうなずいてくれるなんて思わなかった。今まで考えてきた案の中から比較的成功率の高そうなものを選んだだけなのに、テストもしてないし、万が一重大な欠陥でもあったら。
I didn't expect everyone to approve my plans so quickly. It was just a plan I picked up from all the plans I had thought of before. Because it was more likely to succeed. It's never been tested. What if it has a fatal flaw? If it has a fatal flaw, you'll just have to test it. You'll never know until you try.
あったら行動中に随時計画を調整していけばいい。ついでにポータブル簿記の名文もリアルタイムで更新しよ
I suggest the plan as we go. Yep, that's what you need to do in this situation. And update the epitaph on our portable tombstone while we're at it.
それもそうね。
You have a point. You're still here.
冗談はさておき、侵食の隙間が異常に増えてるのは レータの海側で隙間を発生させている存在が活性化している証拠よ。
Okay. So there is an entity. Interesting. Unless you're referring to another form of like entity. Anyway, back on topic. The surge in corruption myths indicates that the entity in the sea of data has been causing them has entered its active period. I assume it's some sort of shadow calamity. Either a shadow calamity, or it's some form of authority, maybe in this case the Sea of Data's authority, maybe, that's gained the will. Oh yeah, it could be the will of shadow again, that is also a possibility. We mobilized personnel, guided civilians to safety, and repaired every rift and defang as fast as possible, leaving only one which we could manually expand to bait the entity out. If the Flash plan works, it'll be our best shot at ending the crisis. Maybe even our only shot before Doomsday hits. This better be a big deal, considering how much damage this apparently caused in the Pension in the past. Don't just be a random little entity.
高度の6割近くの地域で通信がダウンしてるね。これじゃ避難誘導は隙間特攻隊と臨時救援隊が人力で伝達していくしかない。あとは各自の担当エリアの隙間を着実に修復していく以外に方法はなさそうだ。
It's a shame there's no cutscene, honestly, for that. That would have looked really cool, honestly. With nearly 60% of Deepang cut off, evacuation orders could only be relayed by word of mouth by the Rift Strike team. Okay, so we didn't fully see it then, fair enough. And emergency rescue squads. Meanwhile, we need to repair the rifts in their assigned sectors bit by bit. Repair the rifts? They're assigned sectors in Defang, right? Not just sectors in general. Definitely.
ユーン先生、拳を握って深呼吸をしてみて。
Yuyun Sensei, clench your fists, breathe deeply. I see Yuyun, I mean. Got it.
じゃあ、私たちの作戦がうまくいくことを願って。
So let's wish ourselves a smooth operation. And Faith?
ダメ、フラグを立てないで。絶対に予想外のトラブルに遭遇するって言わなきゃ。
You already set a flag, Corelli. I don't think it matters we get one more. No, Don't say that. You have to say, we're definitely gonna run into trouble and complications. Okay, you're just playing with fate. Fair enough.
けど最終的には乗り越えられる。
But we'll still make it through. And I hope you all will. I wonder what this entity is. I feel like we're not going to find out yet.
絶対に乗り越えられる。相反する予測が同時に存在すれば、謎の力の干渉を受けずに済むはずだから。
We'll definitely make it through. Only when two opposite expectations coexist. Can we keep mysterious forces from messing with the operation? Flags appeared, forces after. Yeah, okay, let's continue.
私の仲間たちってすっごく頼もしいのね。
I've already found myself a bunch of reliable teammates. Indeed, you have, Yuyon. You earned them as well.
全部聞こえてるよ。
Why does it matter if you heard everything? Confused. What do you mean by that? I heard everything.
これ以上もたもたしてちゃダメ。今この瞬間をもって行動開始。
Ahem, enough stalling. I hereby declare the operation underway. And she turned off her screen. Damn you, Log! You failed me! Oh well. Yes, gotta try that dramatic pose. Not gonna lie,
やっぱり私も少し
I'm a
緊張
bit
してるみ
nervous
たい。
too. Go to the rift. Adventure notes. Next page.
今度こそどうしても伝えたいの。
Okay, not that.
人は成長することで涙を流す権利を奪われちゃダメなんだ。
She knew the never
私はいつだってその涙をしっかりと受け止めるよ。かつてあなたがしてくれたようにね。
I appreciate the foreboding disaster music. I'll move a bit so I'm out of the way. Looking back, our team was basically a ragtag troop thrown together. With beginner gear, two newcomers who knew nothing about boxing, plus a student fretting about our holiday practice. We stumbled forward, hesitant, confused, but forcing ourselves on until saving the world. Once unthinkable became a mission we knew we would complete. By now, there isn't a shred of doubt left in any of us. It was never just my story. I believe this resolve will pass from Layla and Professor Yuyon and set all of Defeng ablaze. Yeah, like a trailblazing path. Oh yeah, in a sense, like, yeah, a path being blazed forward. Yeah, like the sea of fire roaring. Oh, photo? Oh yeah, that makes sense.
レイラ、あなたもこの生活を懐かしんだりしてたのかな。システムを作った時もセナのためっていう理由だけじゃなくて、止めどなく過ぎていった瞬間のどれかを永遠に留めたいって思ったりしたの？
I like how much Dreamseeker's keeping track of everything. Being aware of the system, the Dreamseeker system, and the quantum computer. Layla, you missed this life. When you created the system, did you faintly hope for certain moments to return and stay? Rather than only doing it for Senna to Senna? Or Senadia? Encounters? Oh, Layla. Sorry. The apology operation. I secretly witnessed behind the bookshelf, one nervously twisting her fingers. Silently rehearsing her script. Halia's idea. Okay. So she practiced for this. That's good. The other clutching her skirt, and, sincere, staring intensely at her partner. Corellia's idea. Makes sense, so they created the scene together. Interesting. And the awkward silence played out exactly as expected. My analysis. Helia thought Layla should prepare her wording. She kept her eyes down, reciting. Corelli thought Professor was about to break the silence, but she was still focused on maintaining eye contact. Well, the good news is that the two of them finally learned how to express their feelings. The bad news is the other two got completely derailed by someone else's expert advice. Helios, it sounds like. A bit of both. At last, after an accidental eye contact, Layla and Professor couldn't help but laugh in an instant. The drafts and techniques vanished, leaving only their way of dissolving awkwardness. One soft, I'm sorry, and one gentle, same here. Aww. Alright, let's continue. Well, that looks like a rift, but it isn't. Well, that probably is, but not everything else. That's one of the moons. Oh, it's like there's like a layer of the aurora. Like it's like a physical thing, not just like a manifestation. Do you know what I mean? It's something over here. Oh, it might be like a layer of protection, maybe actually. Can I go around? I didn't mean to fall. It will go to the rift, but it's kind of cool to see it empty like this. And the boats look nice. Oh, that's a nice shot. Oh, that's nice to the anchor. Yeah, I'm glad I came here. Right. We should get the barrier out of the picture. And that's one way. Yeah, the disaster's coming. The lightning is striking. Man, that's a nice view. Oh, it's like a lighthouse as well. I didn't notice the lighthouse. Hmm? There's sparkles here. Have I missed something on the map? I'm sure you can check it later. Yeah, you should be able to. Maybe it's a bug. I don't know. Closed off. Oh, it's not. Oh, that's pretty. You can press the switch? Yeah, caution. Yeah, I might be able to come through here, but I'm just gonna look anyway. Just in case I can't. Is this open? Nope. Fair enough. Nope. There we go. Like a fog, there's like lightning. There's a few things. Oh yeah, the really, really beautiful mountain. Or like hill. Oh yeah, and that should be the library. Oh, that's a nice shot. I think the world's coming to an end, but I'd like to take some photos. Yeah, there's the second moon. There's the first one. There should be a third, I think. Can I get close to the anchor? Not really. But if I stand over here, I can get a better look at it, honestly. If I jump... Okay. No, not really. I'll move on for now. Those are some really nice pictures, though. I will forever remember those photos. Right, let's get to the task. No more daydreaming. Oh, what's that? There's a symbol on it. Is it the ball thing? Oh, yeah, maybe it's the device that they've got on. Yuyin's here. Whoops. I spoiled myself. No, it doesn't really surprise me. There's rifts everywhere. Not really bothered. It's kind of cool to see where like things are like placed. I assume we're coming back here then, so I'll just get back to where I should be. I just want to see what it looked like with all this stuff. It might be able to not look later, so may as well. Yes, probably the inner in me is like, oh, will I spot anything? But honestly, I don't really want to be spotted on anything. It's just if no, like NPCs around, it's really nice to take photos. That's not the way. Okay, go the other way. Come on, me. And come on, Dream Seeker. Hello, random person who I definitely probably was not supposed to walk into. It's actually this many. Dream Seeker, what did you see? What did you say? Helly, I know the emergency comms are jammed too. I know. Stardust creations. Oh, they're going in the rifts. Interesting. Well, the monster scared of the power of shadow. Maybe? He ended up going the right way in the end, so it doesn't matter. Ah. Or are they scared of something else? They should be creations from the Sea of Data. I know these are Stardust, actually, I don't know. Anyway. Are the monster scared of the power of shadow? Maybe.
隙間から怪物を引きずり出してボコボコにしてもいいけど時間の無駄にしかならないよね。やっぱり早めに隙間を修復するのが先決かな。
I could drag them out of the rift and beat them up one by one. But that'd be a total waste of time. Closing the rift comes first. Yeah, because then nothing comes through. Of course, it's a temporary thing until you stop the thing that is causing the rifts to open, I would say. Even if you close them, doesn't mean more won't appear.
この件に関しては私たちに未来はない仲間スペシャルに頼るしかないね。
This part I'll have to rely on the We Have No Future Special Buddy Edition.
データの海のオーバーフローを利用して特定の空間の時系列に逆方向から干渉する。それから現状改変の結果へとつなげる。難しすぎる。やっぱり実際に使ってみた方が早そう。
Using energy overflow from a sea of data to reverse interfere with the time sequence array of a Pacific space. Maybe the rift. Thereby altering the situation. So complicated, I should just do it? Initiate the quick repair program on the rift. Yeah, so it is this ball thing. It's got a similar symbol that the box had. You know, the little, like, gem symbol? Yeah. I'm kind of at my limit. I think we'll end it here and continue next time. Yeah. Another time. We'll continue tomorrow, hopefully. Got a good bit done. Yep, timely understanding. Readable. Still got one left. Alright, before we continue next time, let me also go back to the event for a minute. Well, actually, yeah, just in case somehow I don't get to tomorrow, I need to do a thing. Well, obviously that. I need to try and do that off stream, probably this early thing. Don't have to. Or I'll leave it. Event. Yeah. We need to at least upgrade some of this to actually get somewhere with this. So once we upgrade the SEO data research institute, the base, prospect an area. And upgrade the refinery to level 3. Need more coins, which we'll sort in a minute. It's the home. Okay. That doesn't do anything. Got it. And we have those. I should play data mining once. That'll help. Biggest gaming tournament hosted by Don't Look Back has concluded on a high note. Thanks to its low latency and stability, the Homu gamepad used by the champion throughout the tournament became the champion's gear, sought after by all tournament viewers overnight. The arcade Don't Look Back is back and better than ever. Play 100 newly released games, plus enjoy a 40% discount on in-store purchases. Come on in. Making game stuff will be a lot now. See citizen services and collaboration. Yeah, same thing. The Homu gamepad sold out just 3 seconds after being restocked. Huh? The protective gear added to my cart long ago went to comprise could have something to do with the shopping voucher. No, game stuff isn't that big deal, look. Intelligent unit. You can't make those, right now. 69,000. 58. Same stuff. 20%, 52% up. I mean, you could do that, but play data mining once. It shouldn't be this. Yeah, the time limit, so this is the one. Right, mine. Yeah, I will. Quick. Oh, that was bad. No. Nope, what's a stop? Stone, we don't need that. We need that though. Oh, I missed. We got it that time. Nice. Nice, done. Thank you for the resources. Claim those. That helps a lot. Let's make some stuff. Yeah, these. Yeah, it's worth. Still have plenty for everything else. 457 smart home chips. Confirm. Nice, we've got a good amount of land coins now. Okay, we've got 14 more labour units. That'll help. Can upgrade this now. Power supply, power usage. control. The base can be done, right? Okay, no, you need a lot more. It's quite annoying, this. Catalyst refinery. I'd say increase the units here to the maximum. Also, the engine just gets level 5. Yeah, I'm gonna be stuck so we can prospect the area. So I'll save all these for now. What's quick control? This displays the number of labour units dispatched to each resource extracting site, allowing for quick adjustments. The labour units overview and resource production rates are shown here. It'd be much more convenient to make adjustments here from now on. Yeah, having it all in one space is useful. What do we want more? Right, that's pretty good. The Research Institute. No, need more green. I will start making stuff like this though. Yeah. We have other stuff we can make. I don't know if I need the bomb yet. Data mining and aimless slime will extend from the hook. That's a lot of coins. I think we'll leave that for now until we think we need it. In prospecting, the threat level areas decreases by 1. I don't know if we need to do that yet. Hang on to the skip cards. Yeah, I think that's the best I can do of all this, you know? Because I can't upgrade anything. Oh, new news. Oxygen Materials Center successfully dismantled and rebuilt discarded high complexity components, significantly reducing the manufacturing costs of key parts for smart products. Today, the Antres building neighborhood is experiencing continuous heavy rain. Researchers at Oxygen Materials Center have announced a key breakthrough in artificial intelligence technology, now enabling the rapid and economic mass production of standard robotic joints and interactive modules, dramatically reducing robot manufacturing costs. It's going to rain? Wait, where's my umbrella? A tech upgrade that's both eco-friendly and cost-effective. Nice. Yeah, we don't really have any of that, so we can't make anything yet. That's fine. I'm happy with what I did still. I'll just save my coins and call it a day. Yeah, we're not meant to do anything else till that's done, so yeah. That'll do. Yes, I'll claim that. Yep, 3 to 9. We still can't do that though yet. We haven't unlocked it. but we'll get there. Right. Like I say, that was it. I was just finishing a little thing I had to do. But if you enjoyed the stream, please like and subscribe. If you comment down below what you enjoy about Honkai Impact 3rd, or what you maybe enjoyed about the stream, and so on. If you want to join the Discord server, the link will be down below. And with that, this is Graphic Mirror signing out. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.